Back to a little bit something different. I've been working on a fork of my actual current game development thingy mabob. How else to describe it? The ANR Cube grid drafter I'm very happy with, but once that was done, I was told about this other style of drafting, and I didn't really feel like going back and redoing the coding that I had done so far for the grid drafter, but I figured out how to do certain things in the grid draft at the very end and kind of tacked on multiplayer. So this was a good excuse to kind of try and write the multiplayer in from the beginning. And now, you know what? I'm going to show you real quick. This is where it's gotten to. So this is a Winston draft. For those of you not familiar with the concept of a Winston draft, uh, actually, I can probably explain it using my tool. Yeah, perfect. All right, let's open two of these. Okay, in a Winston draft, you have a cube of cards. This is a copy paste of the runner StimHack cube, I think. Wait, why is 15 minutes in? 15 minutes should not be in here. Everything else is legit, but that's a corp card. You know, whatever. You can type whatever cards you like here. Then you set up game name, so you can use any name you like, and host. And once you hit host, and it tells you that you're hosting, it's your turn and you're good to go. And you can start drafting. Meanwhile, your opponent has to join, and once they successfully join, they are waiting for your turn to finish, so they don't get to do squat yet. In a Winston draft, there are 3 piles of cards, 1, 2, 3, and each of them has 1 card in them. You have the cube, the deck, and that has all the rest of the cards, 90 cards. So you can either draft this card, or you can move on to the next stack. Draft this or move on to the next stack. Draft this. You'll notice, though, every time you do that, an extra card is added to the piles behind you from the deck, and you don't know what it is. Add this to the next. Let's say I draft this one, let's say. Okay, drafted the stack. That gets added to your list of cards, and the play passes to player 2. Player 2 now has 2, 2, and 1 because you added cards to the top of each stack. He looks at that and immediately wants to take it, let's say. Okay? So now he has, in his deck, Armitage, Coalescing, and Bugalter. He's left behind the other stacks. You, player 1, now have 1, 2, and 1 left. If you choose to, you can draft more on top of these or take the stacks as you go. So let's go to the next stack here. Let's say that that's good enough to draft. Take it. Okay. And notice that it's building my list of cards that I've drafted so far. My opponent, deciding from the beginning, now decides which stack he wants. Not this one, not this one, not this one. So he doesn't want any of them. So this 2-1-1 is going to become 3-2-2. And he's going to go to the next stack, draft from the deck instead, take the top card of the deck, and for his trouble, it looks like he got a fan site. Meanwhile, player 1, as predicted, has a 3-2-2 stack to work with, and this is how you draft your cards with which you will build your deck. That's how a Winston draft works. A couple issues, though. I had a rule wrong. The actual way a Winston draft works is that you're supposed to look at this entire stack of cards, not just the top card. I thought you were only allowed to look at the top card, so I'm going to have to recode that, which I will do shortly. Let me abort this draft. Other possible improvements are, it'd be nice to, instead of 90 cards being recommended, for there to be a text box here that you can type how many cards you want, and then when you hit host, it searches this list, picks 90 cards at random, and those are the cards you get in your deck. That way you can put a cube of any size but still take only 90 cards out of it, which is kind of how it's supposed to work. Or 100 or 10 or however many you choose to put in that button. Other things that need to be sorted are, I've noticed that the player display is wrong. It's saying player 1's turn when it's actually player 2's turn and vice versa sometimes. So I'm probably not updating fast enough. So I'm going to go ahead and try and fix a few of these bugs for the next half hour. And after that, I would like to try and use this if somebody is up for drafting or down for a game. This is the Firebase that I'm using to store all the data. And as you can see, the deck that was being stored has all the cards from the cube, not just 90 of them. and each of these contains a card that's in the cube. Meanwhile, the player cards, player 1 had drafted a few cards, and they're his cards that he had drafted. And player 2 had done the same, and here are the cards that player 2 had drafted, including that fan site that we saw right at the end. And the Winston stacks, aka the stacks of cards not yet taken, Katie Jones, Steelskin Scarring, and Earthrise Hotel was in one stack, and Chameleon and Desperado's another. Oh, Desperado, poor guy, he passed up on drafting when it was just the Chameleon, and a Desperado was put on the top, but he wouldn't know that because he was too busy drafting the first pile, so they never got back to checking the second and third pile to see what was in it. That's really cool. I can totally see why this is an interesting mishmash of wanting more higher quality cards, wanting more cards overall, and wanting better card information. It seems kind of interesting. Please do feel free to use the chat. I was debating whether or not I should actually stream any of this. I figured out what the hell. There's nothing secretive here, and I'm just curious. If people are curious, I would love for them to ask questions and get involved or whatever. All right. So once again, if you're interested in playing, let me know, and I can try and do that. Oh, here's the problem. I deleted all this free text, but the 15 minutes stuck a line above. I didn't notice it. This whole mess, by the way, is just so I have easy test data. Without having to copy paste from another website. But technically, you can put anything gentechie.net style in there and it works. Okay, let me quickly take a peek at my goals list that I made because I gave myself a half hour, so I gotta focus. Priority edits, some method, even if inconvenient, to view the full Winston stack. That's a must. Second, end of deck detection. Oh, right, if the deck runs out of cards, instead of the draft ending like it should, we get a divide by 0, null 0, and that's not going to be good. A null exception, that's not good. Okay, let's do the following. The first thing I want to do is take a look at where I'm refreshing the player display and do it more often. Player display refresh happens whenever the next player is called locally, but not on the other side. Next. Player display refresh. Where else are you called? Refresh player cards view is called when the data changes, but not refresh player display view. That's probably the problem right there. So we can absolutely player display refresh in both when we push data to the database and when we pull from the database. In other words, when we resync data, we should also resync the player view. That will probably solve that problem just fine. Okay, that's one bug squished. What else do we need to do? We were going to do software. What's my plan again? All right. What should we start with? The deck size error, the ability to limit how many cards go into the deck. No, the ability to view the next card is the problem, because without that, we're actually not doing a Winston draft now. We're doing some kind of weird memory match game. So let's go to take a turn. I think that's where most of this is. Start a turn. Okay. Draw grid, not relevant. Start a turn. Okay. If it's your turn, draw grid. So now we have 3 cards. Curse stack equals 0. Let image equals document.getElement by AD. Card image plus curse stack. Bloop, 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 bloop. Okay. The way I'm thinking is that if you click on an image, it needs to capture that you've clicked on that image and then rotate to the next image in that deck all the way to the end of the deck. But this can only work for images that are Winston card images. So we've already labeled card images as card images. We've already added them to the class of draft image piles. So is there a way that I can capture an on-click of a class event? I know there is. Like, you can add an event listener to a class. And I know I've used that in a previous code, so let's take a look at my previous code for the ANR grid draft and see what I've written there. We're going to be looking for clickable images. I probably got rid of clickable images actually as a class since I don't use it anymore. Clickable buttons, clickable images. All right, images.for each image. Wait, const images equals query selector. So the query selector would pick all things of that type and store it in this array. That might be exactly what I need. And then I can add an event listener to all of those to do whatever I need them to do. But I would need to make sure that you had the right to look at those images at all. So it's not going to be as straightforward. Let's take a look. Okay. Take a turn, start a turn, draw a grid, take a stack. This would probably be a good way. Let's just state this function. Function link cards. And okay. What is the plan here? Why am I adding an event listener to graphed images here when I can just do it at the time of creation? That is a fine question, and I don't have a good answer for it. Yeah, forget that. Under draw grid, we're creating each image, we're sourcing it to card back, and we're giving it an ID. So right there, we can say image dot add event listener on click. Click. How does that work? Add event listener is on click. That's the syntax. On click, what do I want you to do? I want you to see next card in tag. Okay, so we're gonna have to define what that means. We start a turn somewhere here. No, this is being called by that. So start a turn, take a stack, player display refresh. Okay, so here's the spot point. See next card in stack. Const div play. No. This is what's going to happen when you click an image. So what do we need to do? First, we need to make sure it's your turn, because you shouldn't even be seeing cards if it's not your turn at all. Okay. So if you click a thing and it's not your turn, it does nothing. Next, we need to check that the image you're clicking on is the Winston stack that you're in. How do we do that? We would need to know what the current stack is. Is cur stack, I think, is a high-level variable, right? Let cur stack equals 0 is outside of this function. So that's perfect. So cur stack is always defined, and it's always 0, 1, or 2. So we're good. Okay. We can do one more sanity check. We can make sure that the top card that you're looking at is not a card back. If it's a card back, then we don't need it. I wonder if this works here, since we just clicked on it. Probably it does. Let me once again check my other project's code. Const images for image, this dot style, window dot add event listener, load clickable images. So I've clicked on the image. I'm not sure. This is the kind of situation that I would want ChatGPT online, so I could be like, here's the snippet of code, what would happen if I ran it? And it would answer me. Unfortunately, good luck trying to get on ChatGPT without paying the premium rates at these points. It's gotten the cat's out of the bag. It's a good tool and everybody likes using it. Oh. Am I lucky? Maybe. Sweet! Good things sometimes do happen to bad people. Alright, Firebase ANR draft. this in this function, would it reference the linked image that call this method? Interesting. Let's send it that and find out. Ah, crash. Where the hell did I add that? No, I didn't do that. I did images, image dot something or the other. There we go. The pertinent code is here. Got it. Okay, so based on that, if we assume what he's saying is true, which it probably is, I could write this.src and it would work. So if this.src is equal to cardback, so if you're looking at a blank card and you click on it, nothing should happen. Okay, now if game data, so assuming neither of those is true, I think we're kosher to go ahead and show you the next card. Game data dot, now, do we have a pointer going, or how would I do this? I would want to iterate through where we are right now in the Winston stack. Currently, what we're doing to display the Winston stack is when we load it or when we call next stack, we just make top card. We just grab the top card by going to length -1, and that's what we're displaying as the image. But if we don't want the top card, how would I iterate through all the cards in the stack? What I could do, I could put the top card of the Winston stack on the bottom and then update the image. But you always push to the top and pop from the top. There might be a way to do that. I think the best thing to do is be a little more verbose and per card equal. I want to throw an error if I don't initialize it correctly. Okay, so cur stack equals 0. Cur card, which we have now given a top level designation, is equal to game data dot, well, this thing right here, the last card in the stack. Okay. Now what? Function start return, if this, then otherwise draw grid cur stack, cur card equals game data. Wait, whoa, what just happened? When did that get broken? Oh, I never filled it out. That's fine. So cur card is defined at a higher level. This is a mistake. This is going to throw an error. I have to put this here. Cur card equals -1. That's fine, because it's going to get overwritten over here, and this is where it has to be correct. Okay, now we're good. So cur card equals game data.Winston stack, cur stack dot length -1. So that's the last element of the current card stack. let image equal document.element, card image, let top card equals game data, Winston stack or stacker card. Okay, great. So all of this should work just fine. And if we go to the next stack, what are we displaying? Let old image equal, that's fine. We're just updating the old source picture to be blank. We are not modifying cur stack, unfortunately. Do we need to modify cur stack? We do. We need to reset it because once you've gone to the next stack, cur stack goes back to being the very top card of that stack. The one that was just added from the top of the deck. So that needs to be set correctly. So in order to accomplish that, old image equals this, old image is that, let red card index equals this, Winston stack, pop and play, that's fine. Now we're on the next stack. If it's the last stack, we do other things. If this is the current stack, what do we do? Here is where we would need to update cur card, and we can actually set it with the exact same code that we did before. Let n image equal this, game data.Winston stack equals this, and here we can literally just replace that directly with cur card. Because again, we just updated it, so that's fine. Okay, so in theory, everything we've done should change nothing yet. So let's go ahead and test to make sure that we haven't bricked it. BB, host, game, that's fine. We're hosting BB. We got our first card. Clicking it does nothing. That's CSS I need to get rid of. Go to next stack. Does nothing, does nothing, does nothing. Go to next stack. Does nothing, does nothing, does nothing. Before I break it, why not join and just test the crossplay as well? Oh, we're on the wrong site. We're supposed to be on the work in progress version. I'll update that real quick. It's a good thing I didn't try too hard. Dubs, host. That's not good. Why is it not hosting? Syntax error on 744. This is why we test. The fuck? Oh, I never finished this code. That's fine. Come back to this in a bit. If it's nothing, return function. CNX card and stack isn't programmed yet. All right. So once again, dubs, host, good. Card is loaded. Dub, spelled. Should not let me join. Oh, I have to reload the page. That's why it's not working. Okay, so dub misspelled. Dub not ready. Hosted or found. Good. Dubs join. Did I spell it wrong? No, it should be good. Join, please. Coming up with an error here? No, it looks okay. I'm surprised. I thought that when you joined correctly, it was supposed to give me a pop-up. Maybe a... Here we go. Dub successfully joined. That's what I was looking for. Okay, next. It should, at the time of joining, pull and update your player display refresh. Let me quickly make that modification. Where's the join game? Otherwise, it looks like you've joined, but it doesn't say anything. Join game button, join the game. Wait, join game and join the game are different. Oh, that's just the button ID, that's fine. And it sends you to join. Okay, we're good. So, if player not equal to -1, return player number equals 1, Yep, there is no refreshing of anything. So here we're going to refresh player display. And in theory, we've pulled data at least once here, yes. So we should be getting updated data here. Also need to update the card's number to display, and that is not being done right now. I would need to get the numbers that I saved as nums and update their num, which I can do eventually. It's not a top priority for me. It has to happen. It's not a top priority. Okay, let's keep going. I'm running out of time to work on this. Zero. It's good to see you. Yeah, this is the meta of Netrunner, where you're hacking the game about hacking. All right, so what were we doing for? Okay, we were in the middle of testing this. So clicking images does not break anything. Go to next stack, still displays correctly, and done. And if player 2 were to draft one of these stacks, he would find that propeller was in it just as we thought. And if we were to draft this stack, we would find that virus breeding ground was in it just like we thought. And if we were to draft this stack, we would find that neutralize all threats was in it just like we thought. So the drafting is not broken. It is in fact working exactly as intended currently, albeit with a really shitty page layout. Also, it says player 2's turn here, player 2's turn, but it says player 1's turn. Why is it saying player 1's turn for player 2? Because let's think about this. He's received the new data. That should have triggered the on method. And then he checked all of this. The game name is not null. The data is not null. So he should have refreshed player card's view, and player display refresh should triggered. And when player display refresh triggered, what would have happened? Why would it still say the wrong player number? Const div player display is div player display. Display says this player equals game data.cur player plus 1's turn. So because player 2 game data.cur player. It shouldn't be saying player 2's turn, player 1's turn. It should be saying player 2's turn. And that's really throwing me through a loop right now. Cur player plus 1. Let's mess with this a little bit, see if it fixes. So it's player 2's turn, that's correct. It's player 1's turn, that's wrong. Draft the stack, and what happens? It's saying it's player 1's turn, that is correct. It's saying it's player 2's turn, that's wrong. So at the time of starting the new take a turn, can I just recall the player display refresh and then not worry about it? Maybe. Start a turn. Regardless of if it's your turn or not, we can go ahead and update that. Let's see if that does the trick. Cool. Okay, what's next? So now we are ready to code the functionality for CNX card and stack. We've made sure to add a new variable, which is the current card and stack, right? Unfortunately, it has to start from the beginning of the array and go to the end of the array and go to the beginning. So if you want to see the next card and stack, we need to do a few things. We need to grab the right image, change its image source decrement or loop the cur card without going below 0. Change the image. This is actually really easy, so let's just go ahead and do that. First, we have to get the right image. The image is equal document get element by ID. The hell did I call it? Image plus something or the other. card image plus cur stack. Actually, this is exactly the code I need right here. I could have just copied it. I'm so rusty at this. Okay. So images is now holding the right image in theory. Images dot source decrement or loop the current card without going below 0. Well, that's easy. Cur card equals cur card minus 1 if cur card less than 0. Cur card equals, there's a complicated as hell thing that we came up with, right? Game data dot Winston stack minus something plus divided by multiplied thing. Okay. Image dot source equals images. So that's done. And now change the image according to ID. Well, why not just pull the code from elsewhere where I've done exactly that? An image, top card, image list is what we need. Okay. Images dot source equals the path of card dot card ID. So now all I need is to isolate a card, and the card I need is going to be game data dot Winston stack of the cur stack of the cur card dot card ID plus JPEG. In theory, that should be fine. Communism works in theory, so I don't know if this is going to work, but very happy to find out. And if so, we've actually gotten the biggest of the 3 objectives for today cracked, which is fantastic. And in no time, let's go with dubious suck, hosting dubious suck. Please join dubious suck. Thank you. Okay, so you're pending. Again, we're not seeing this update in real time, which is concerning. Go to next stack, go to next stack, go to next stack, draft from deck, that's fine. Go to next stack, go to next stack, go to next stack, draft from deck, that's fine. So now there's 3 cards in this stack. So in theory, we can click and change the card to scroll through all 3. In practice, is it showing us all 3? Morningstar, Finality, Botulus. Morningstar, Finality, Botulus. So that's working. Next stack, Diesel, Chicana, PW. Diesel, Chicana. We'll take the stack. Now in theory, he should be able to see Sahasrara, Diesel, Chicana, PW. So the order is maintained, and you can easily click through and see what's available and decide if the stack is worth it for you or not. And it feels like you're shuffling through the cards in real life. It says player 1's turn. It says player 1's turn. That is correct. We draft this stack. It says player 2's turn. It says player 2's turn. That is correct. Go to next stack. Oh, I passed up David. Oof. Into the depths is awesome. I'll take Into the Depths every day. Okay, great. We are on track. Now, these numbers are not correct. They're correct at the start of your turn, but then if you hit go to next stack, this should say 3, and this should say 3, and then you draft it and it should go to 0, or 1, sorry, because it gets replaced. And instead the numbers disappear entirely, which I'm okay with that part, game grade being deleted, but 331 over here, that's less cool. Okay, yeah, we're definitely on the right track here. Technically, this is kind of getting close to playable at this point. Even without exporting lists, you can still just manually copy-paste and clean this up. No, that's actually unbearable. I would have to fix the export to lists. Okay, one more thing to do before we can play. So we got this done. Let's add that to the devlog as, what is it? Cards now cycled to see whole stack. Okay, good. Back to whip, please. We'll override index with whip since whip is working. Next, we need I forgot what my objectives were. Oh, right. We were going to change it so that you could limit how many cards actually get drafted and take out the total number of cards in the deck. And we can actually start with the easier of those two jobs. Actually, right now it doesn't even say how many cards are left in the deck, and that is a really important piece of information that's missing. So let's fix that first. Where are the nums being added? There should be somewhere. Come on, not that easy. Stacked up length. How many references can there possibly be to that? Shockingly many. Under draw grid, I draw game grid and number grid. The number grid is being drawn neatly. So what else would I have to add? I'm pushing a node that says the length of each Winston stack here, which is fine. Before I append the number div in, let me do one last thing here and append number div dot append child deck dot length. I'm assuming game data dot deck is currently what I'm storing the whole game in, so that should be the deck size in theory. And we need to at some point style our CSS for this element. What's this element called again? Draft pickers, draft label piles, draft image piles. Did I never give it a style? Oh, that's a mistake. Should give it some kind of style. How very unstylish of you. Take a stack, refresh player card view, download file name f text, take stack, curse stack, nuke stack, start turn. Where's draw game grid? Should be like right here. Here we go. Game data.deck.length. Number div is created as an element, but a class list is never added to its members. And it looks like I just added 3 factoids into it. So I shouldn't actually need to do much more than that. Can I add an ID or? This is probably a better question for ChatGPT. And can you give me some style for a size 14 font in red or something? Perfect. Things I don't have to learn today. Yeah, we're definitely going to style it in CSS. Keep all the styling in one place. So we're going to call it draft label piles. Is that what I was calling it before? That's fine. We'll call it draft label piles. I don't care. But it's not a dot. It's going to be yeah, draft label piles is fine. Draft labels. Alrighty, and boop, 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 boop. Did I capitalize it or not? Did not. Good. See the problem. He changed it to a class list at the last minute instead of keeping it the way I wanted it, which is fine, but it's going to cause a syntax error if I don't put a dot here. Draft label piles is fine. So hopefully that gives us more visible labels and gives us deck numbers. We'll stop and test before we move on. Oh, we threw a lot of errors here. Append child, type error, failed to execute append child on node, parameter is not a type node. Well, where did I go wrong? And child, image div, it's fine. Number div equals create element. And child, can you tell me what line I screwed up on? 647. Oh, we're in index. That's the problem. We're not going to see all the problems there. Number div dot append child game a dot deck dot line. So num is not actually a number. Num is a node. Let num equals document dot create text node of game data dot length blah 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 blah. And I have to redeclare it here because it was declared within a function loop, so it's going to have lost scope, and that should do the trick. All right, let's try that. Okay, 111461. The 111 I get, those are the 3 deck pile sizes. 461 is the size of the cube. So it's working, but it really could use some spaces. This page never got refreshed. If we join it, whatever, I don't care that much. Let's fix this up first. Instead of 14, we'll blow that up to 30 size, and instead of num, we'll do num plus space, and instead of actually, this is the place it's needed the most. Okay. Either that syntax isn't allowed, in which case I'm going to have to start over, or that should solve my problems. 111461. Yeah, so it's not adding the spaces I need. Anybody knows why that's not working, holla at your boy, but otherwise. This isn't creating space after my number. Oh, that's much better, yeah. That's much better, actually. Is this CSS? Okay. I like that a lot better, actually. Just in case I ever need to pull these values out of this container, then I don't have to worry about formatting them again. I can always easily modify the style if I prefer. Cool. Okay. Still not working. The padding is at the beginning of the div, not between each element. Is this worth pursuing, or should I just work on something else? Yeah, it's worth it. How can I make the padding between each node rather than apply to the whole table? div element. I do not think that that's going to work, but we'll try it. I would love to be wrong. Nothing about that sounds like it's actually addressing the issue that it's called the wrong element. Yeah, see, it's padding the left and the right. I need it to pad the nums. Maybe if I style the nums themselves as I add them. Where am I adding these nums themselves? Maybe I can do that. Image div.append child is boom, let num equal this. Yeah, see, number div gets the class list, but not the individual elements within it. So what if I went num.classlist.add draft label piles node? And I do that again over here since I have one of them out of the loop. See if that breaks everything or not. Draft label piles node. What is it? Or what was it called again? Oh, node. Draft label piles. Oh, it was called a node. Perfect. Node. Exactly as this, but applied on the lower level. And we don't need the padding left and right here. In theory. In theory, this is all. Well, it's not working at all. 598, 644. Okay. So this is throwing an error. So I can't style those nodes. Why the hell not? Well, if you think there's nothing wrong, then I'm going to have to point out. Cannot read properties of undefined. Okay, so it says add is undefined. Num.class list. Am I using this wrong? Number div.classlist.add. That's what I thought. That's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. I don't know if this is worth it. I think I'm diving deeper into the muck than I need to at this stage. But now my pride's on the line, so let's try it. Let num equal document.this. Let node wrapper equal just a generic div. Node wrapper.add draft level pile nodes. Node wrapper.append child num. And then please add the node wrapper to your list. This does not need to happen. This still needs to happen, but it happened up there, so it doesn't need to be repeated. And that code, in theory, works. And if so, it would do what I was trying to do here. So effectively, no wonder people like using not direct CSS to get their shit done. This is a lot of tedious work to effectively change just the font size. Draft label piles node. And all this to experiment. I'm not even sure it's going to look any better. Add draft labels pile nodes, node wrapper. So I want node wrapper added to the number div, right? Node wrapper. All right. I think that should do it though. Like, right? Right? I mean, am I crazy? I mean, I know I'm crazy, but is it going to work? 1, 1, 1. All right, we're getting somewhere. We are getting somewhere. Go to next stack, go to next stack, go to next stack. Okay. Player 2. What was the name of the game? AA? Join my AA for a meeting, please. Wait, what? Unable to join? Not ready, hosted, or found. Oh, it's AS. Sorry. Join the AS game. Successfully joined. Oh, it's not giving me my turn. Yeah, the dangers of joining when it's not your turn. Pass it along. So clearly the synchronization breaks and it's hard to fix. Oh, wait, it was working. I was just on the wrong window. Ha! So it's not showing me the deck numbers at all now, but everything else is working. Why not? So we appended all that node wrapper for the first time. Then we said let num equal thing, let node wrapper equal thing. Then node wrapper.classless.add thing, number div.add node wrapper. Ah, because we never put the node in the node wrapper, the num in the node wrapper. This is the line that's missing. Okay, so that, technically speaking, is even worse because they're not side by side, but at this stage I'm willing to let it go and worry about this in the future. Wait, no, there should be a way to, how do we say, I want the elements in draft label piles, the draft label piles to line up side by side. Got any ideas? Display colon inline block. That actually has the ring of something that might work. Okay. No, that one doesn't need to be. Okay, we're done. As long as I haven't broken anything, we need to get on with the actual functionality of the draft at this point so that we can actually play. 461 with 10 inches of padding. Okay, that worked beautifully. So now we changed it from 10 inches of padding to what's the width of a card? I don't know what that doesn't help. Okay, so we'll just hard code this at 50, 80, 100 picks with nothing on the right. And, well, no, we probably had 100 picks with nothing on the right. 100 picks with nothing on the right is a little distorted. It's good for the first one. And the second one's going to be off, and the third one's going to be even more off. So we would need it to be 100 picks, 100 picks, 100 picks. It would need to match the card size with its margin on the right being an additional 200-ish. I'm so bad at art. I don't know why anybody asks me to design anything. I mean, I guess technically no one does. That's why I doctor instead. But that actually looks like a reasonable facsimile of what I was trying to do. Whew, and it only took me an inordinate amount of time, but it did work. Can you join the ball, please? Yeah, you gotta remember to join the game before player 1 passes control. And I've got to figure out how to fix that problem so that it's not a problem. Alright. So in theory, you're all plugged in now. Next stack, next stack, next stack. Boop. Close my view, open your view. Next stack, next stack, next stack. Boop. Close my view, open your view. 3, 3, 3 with 450. Draft this stack, please. Boop. 1, 3, 3 with 452 cards. This is perfect. It's absolutely perfect. Okay, great. Okay. So that was that one of the goals for today? Improving that visibility? Nah, but it's definitely nicer. So we're just going to call that a win and move on. Next, we needed to limit the number of cards and check for empty decks. The only time cards are drawn from the deck is when you start taking a turn, when you draft, and when you pass a stack. So there are 3 places I need to make sure. If you take a stack and the deck is out, you still get to take your stack, you just don't get to replenish it. So I'm going to have to assess the code there. When you first start taking a turn, we're just going to assume that you're not starting the game with an empty deck, because that would be ridiculous. All right, init game. Actually, this would be a good time to make sure that the deck isn't empty as well, but that's future problems. Get cards, join game. So we update everything when you join the game. Refresh the player display, but we also need to refresh game grid? No. We should test to see if it's your turn. If game data per player is equal to player number, in other words, if you click join game and you had no player number, but now you do have a player number, so this will never be reached. No, if you refresh the window, you have no player number. You click it, and then your player number is set to player 2. And if your game data.current player is now equal to this, in other words, if it is still your turn, we should do something. What should we do? We should let you take a turn. Maybe draw the grid. Does drawing the grid draw cards? No, it just creates a workable grid without adjusting curse stack or anything. Do we want to start a turn? I don't know. I could be introducing new errors here, but let's just leave it for now. It's better than having no means of joining. All right. Where were we at? All right, we are getting pretty close to me actually just playing Winston draft with whoever's available and interested. So we do need to make sure that the data can be outputted. A, the stack doesn't crash when you run out of cards. B, start a turn, draw a grid, curse stack, let image equal blah. What we're going to do, let's look for every reference to deck. Every time something is taken out of the deck, we need to make sure it's legit. So the very first reference to the game deck, no, actually at the top of the code. The very first reference to the game deck comes where? When we've tried to move on to the next stack and been unable to. That's the first time that we have a problem. Okay? Because that's the first time that we would fill up, right? If the current stack is less than 3, then if you click I want to go on to the next stack, what happens? This is the problem right here. Draw an extra random card and place it on the prior stack. That's where deck comes in. That's where we need to be sure that we're not breaking anything. Everything up until then has been adding cards to the deck with no real chance to lose any. So this is going to be a problem if the deck is empty. So let's just do that. If game data.deck.length greater than 0, in other words, if there is at least one card, then we can do all of this. Otherwise, we can't draw a card and put it on, but we can move on to the next stack. Yeah, there we go. Now that stack will be empty of cards, which means when you try to iterate through Winston's stack of 0, there'll be nothing in it, potentially, so that could cause a different error, which we'll need to find out. All right, curse stack equals plus 1, curse stack less than 3 equals game data Winston stack, curse stack dot length minus 1. All that's kosher. If you're out of stacks, then what? You get rid of the 0 holder. Oh yeah, that's just a cheat I have to deal with nulls. Same exact code as before needs to be implemented here. Deck.length greater than 0. Then you don't get a random card to be replacing you. Actually, if it's not greater than 0, right? If game data.deck.length is equal to 0 or is less than 0. So less than or equal to 0. If it's 0, that means that there's exactly 1 card left in the deck. If the game data.deck.length is less than or equal to 0. No. We only want to do this if there is a card in the deck. So yeah, is equal to 0 or greater than 0. Greater than equal to 0. If the length of the deck is... No, if it's 0, that means there's no items. It has to be more than that. And it has to be at least 1 item. Whew. Long enough. Then do this. Curse stack. Drafted from deck. Replaces the 1 card per the Winston draw rule is exactly where we would need the exact same check. Data.deck.length greater than 0. Boop. Boop. But everything else about taking all the cards that are there and drafting the stack you're allowed to do. Set next card in stack. If game data. This is just image jostling. That's fine. Okay, so in theory now, there's a deck limiter globally. We should probably test this, and I have a very easy way to do that. We're going to host a simple game with... actually, let's keep the cards different so that I can easily tell what is going where. There's an Apocalypse, a Black Hat, a Blueberry, a Bravo, Build, Bienni, and a Career Fair. So a handful of cards, but not too many. Tiny deck. I just realized something. I should probably refresh both of these in case my changes aren't taking. Okay. Let's run Tiny Deck, a host. Tiny Deck. 1/1/1 with 4 cards left. Tiny Deck. Join. Okay, pending. Let's go to next stack. And go to next stack. And go to next stack. In theory, there's only 1 card left in the deck. Why is it saying that there are 4 cards left in the deck? Go to next stack, go to next stack, go to next stack. Now the deck is out of cards, okay. Go to next stack, go to next stack, go to next stack. Uncaught error, reference.set failed. First argument, tinydeck.winstonstack.0 3. That's bad. This is a problem. It's telling me that my Firebase storage for Tiny Deck has an issue. Let's find out what that issue is. So here goes Tiny Deck. We're looking at the Winston stacks. There should be 3 of them. And there should be a deck, and the deck did not appear. Because when we pushed the empty deck, it did not get saved. It got removed from the database, and then it got overwritten when it came back. So you can't remove the last element of a deck. You have to replace it with something that will be understood to not be meaningful. This is a serious issue that I'm not going to be able to resolve easily. Because this kind of crash is going to... Hmm. Hmm. I'm gonna rate the problem solve as being too hard to deal with right now. It's worth solving eventually, but for now, I'm just gonna say by acclamation, when the deck is down to 10 cards, you stop drafting more cards out of it. You just replace what's there, and then you move on. Finally, let's take a look at the format of this opening screen and decide where to stick it. We've got this. I'm going to say where it says 90 cards recommended, we replace 90 cards with a text box. Is that possible? What does a text box looks like? I've got plenty of them already. Game name is a good size text box to steal. Cards. Okay. Well, that didn't work. Are we editing the wrong file? Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. This is index, not whip. This is really bad. I have no idea how long I've been editing on the wrong file. Please tell me that it's all my deck code is in here. All my deck code is here. Shoot. Yeah, this is bad. Okay, we got a couple options I got to think about for how I'm going to fix this. And I think the solution is we're going to write off all of my deck size protection code as garbage for now, because we've unearthed the problem anyway, that when the deck goes to 0, it throws an error with how I'm storing data. So I'm going to have to effectively find some way to have an invisible card, as it were, so that the deck is never truly empty, but the players never find that out. And it's going to end up being more complicated than the solution. So we're gonna revert to the WIP, which I preferred anyway, and then I'll just have to not make that same mistake twice. That's so frustrating. I have no idea how much code I lost or how much is in which place. And this is me working by myself. So again, there's a reason why I say I'm not a professional in any way. But at least it wasn't a terrible loss. And there should be a way to limit the size of this text box. I believe, is it the style.css that I did that? Game name input box with 450. Yes, that's where I did it. I think. At least one of these had its size heavily limited by me. Rows equals 5 for that one. And it value equals 2. It's not this one. Yeah, see, this is what I want to avoid. I want it to just look like a tiny little box. Can I do if equals 5? Would that work? No? Maybe? That doesn't do it. Do you know the answer? What's wrong with my syntax? And apart from the obvious that I didn't close the tag. Is it working? Can it be done? Oh, seriously? Okay, that might be all I need then. Let's do that. I didn't know you could adjust styles without having to index it in your sheet. Why is game name so neatly formatted to be so small? Game name is ID equals game name. Ah. I'll bet you I have a CSS style shield specifically for game name to give it a width. All right, that's fine. We'll do this. Deck size equals tiny. 20 pixels, even 10 pixels. I styled the wrong element. That's a mistake. No wonder it didn't do anything. The CSS sheet overrode it. We're editing index again, huh? We're testing on whip and editing index. This is a serious problem. I wonder how many times I'm going to make the same mistake before I get it right. So let's do this. Let's go to whip, overwrite index completely, and of this deck size, testing on whip. Perfect. That did exactly what it was supposed to. And make it a little bit bigger. Okay, perfect. Put it on one line. It'd be nice if it was on one line. Perfect. Okay. Okay. Now, if we can get that to actually work with the computer, which I don't know how to do yet, we should go to wherever I initialize the game and load the cube. Probably under shuffle deck or get deck or something. Host game, init game, player number equals 0, game name, string of cards, game data.deck equals await, get the whole deck worth of cards, do this. Okay. Player display refresh. Okay, so now all of that is set, but we need to pull the max deck size if it is greater than current deck.length, remove a random card and keep doing that until it's the right size or smaller. So that should be hard. First, let's pull it. Let val equal document.get element by ID deck size, I believe it was called, dot value. While game data.deck.length greater than 10,000. So if the deck is too small, it won't do anything, which is kind of what I want. Now we need to remove a random element. Game data.deck.splice out rand card index. From a random index, take one card out. And I don't care what you do with it, so you can literally just throw it away. You don't have to use that value for anything. And I want to get rid of a card. I don't want to return it as an array. That's fine. I just node gone. It doesn't actually matter what it's like. Yeah. Now what? Well, I need to declare rand card data, of course. Index equals math.floor of math.random times game data.deck.length. Boop. That should do it. So we're effectively reducing the size of game data.deck with this command, but I have to confirm that this does what I think it does. Did I break something? Okay. Will this remove a random element from game data.deck? Exactly. So it should remove one at a time until the deck is the right size. And there's an easy way to test this, which is make sure that we're working on, is this index or is it whip? I think that we were working on the right thing this time. Oh my god, this is the third time. Fuck, I'm so pissed off. I'm tempted to delete whip. It's causing more trouble than it's worth. Uncaught, cannot read 547. Well, that's good. We're on whip though, so let's switch over to index. What can you read? Let temp val equal document dot get element by ID deck size dot value. Is deck size not the name of the element? Yeah, it's num cards now. What did I style it as in CSS? Deck size or num cards? Come on now. Deck size. So this is why it doesn't do to have two versions of your game being developed at the exact same time. 11190. Yay! The exact right size. Okay. Okay. All misery is forgotten. We're basically done now. Because I don't want that. No, next stack. Cat's Cradle is pretty cool. Xanadu is pretty cool. Okay, pass. I'll take something from the deck, please. Can't wait to find out what it is when this refreshes. Oh, I forgot to join the game before I started, so it won't work. But hey, okay, so we've gotten max cards working. We've gotten max cards limiting our entry, which is what it should be. We need the output method to work, so let's quickly recode that. Export lists, var string is this, let a equal 0, a less than player cards of player number of game data dot player cards strings dot push game data dot player cards of player number dot card name var my strings join download my card list dot text, and don't do it for player 2 because this is a local only implementation. And there, that onerous ordeal is now done. We also don't need to zero strings because that was also done. And the download function should have been generic enough that it doesn't require any special TLC, and it probably is. And we're going to bump it below here to here. Okay, what's next? We're working on index and we're deleting this because it's caused me nothing but grief. Cool, that sucker. Okay. We would like to update the numbers more frequently. Every time I go to next stack, I want the numbers to all be correct. How can I do that? Have I stored the numbers in? Yeah, I stored them in that wrapper. I'm not going to worry about it. It's too much hassle for me right now. When tech finishes, does it update my... No, see, it updates the push to database. It updates the next player, but it doesn't redraw player list. Fresh player cards view. I want that to happen. Whenever I take a stack, that should happen. Alright, give me 1 minute. Hey, Dr. Rashid, how can I help you? Oh my god, what crazy nonsense I deal with. Okay, back to work. Well, back to not working. Back to finishing work? Whatever. Back to play. So we theoretically fixed export lists. We actually fixed the deck number. We were thinking of fixing the card count, but we decided not to worry about it. We've got flipping through cards. Were we done? Are we ready to play? Under deck detection, max number of cards is set, so that's great. I think we're halfway home free. I think that's everything. Was there supposed to be something else? I feel like I'm missing something important. Well, let's try and see. Maybe I had something broken and I just forgot. This is the problem with getting on the phone. You forget everything. BBB. This time we want a 30-card deck only, just testing to see if it actually works. Hosting BBB with a 30-card deck. Perfect. Okay. This is garbage. We don't know which of those came up. So we'll draft Katie Jones. All right. And if you could export to TXT, uncaught player 1 cards is not defined. Of course, because I made those edits in some other universe where I didn't refresh the page. Which one is it? Download, exports, There is no player 1 cards referenced, so yeah, clearly this page was just never refreshed. Gah, stupid refreshers. Actually, let's take this opportunity to set up the game between 2 people. Let's do Gug. Gug, if you would be so kind as to join. Nobody's hosting. Fine, host Gug. Gug host. Join Gug. Apparently, if you fail to join, it breaks my code somehow. Because you've been assigned a player number. That's why. Failed. All right. Host. Should only be like 3 alerts in my whole code. Let me look for an alert. Hosting game name successfully joined. Drafted from deck, drafted out, hosting, not ready. Okay, so if the game is not ready, then before you break, reset the player number to -1 because you don't have a player number yet. And that should fix everything there. Perfect. Okay. Future. Okay, so no, drafted. Oh, definitely take that. Cheap and easy money. Not interested in mantle. What else is in the stack? Embezzle and smartware. Nah, not good enough. Well, smartware could be okay. Depends how powerful this is. Bad in no deck, good in no deck. Draft. Pray. Aaron Marin. What just happened? Aaron Marin, smartware, embezzle. Yes, and dear God, yes. Did that actually work, or was there a problem there? Aaron's. I don't think that worked. I think there was a glitch there. I think that may have glitched out. Jin, I'm not interested in. Info bounty, I definitely want. I'll take that. All right. It's not showing up that I took it though. None okay. Do I have any breakers at all? No. It's a decent sentry breaker. And it's 3 other cards. What else am I getting? A Jin, a Prey, and a Mantle? Yeah, we take those. Jin, a Prey, and a Mantle, along with none okay. So that all worked. Good. Okay. Whose turn is it now? Player 1's turn? Okay. Yeah, this is looking kind of like a game. It's actually looking like it's working. Sort of. Kind of. Mostly? Oh, hang on a second. No. Take whatever's left. Okay, moment of truth. What happens when you click this button? Excellent. We need to fix that immediately. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm getting feedback. The deck cannot hit 0. If it does, all kinds of errors. Winston stacks are stable since they don't get fully emptied, but when they get emptied, the Firebase deletes the data and overrides the local when it's pushed. I can put in workarounds, but for now the solution is to add 10 extra cards to the deck beyond the 90 you're playing to, and not draft down to the point the piles become permanently weighted. Okay, I think, yeah, let's go ahead and fix the string method. Refresh player cards, view export lists, strings, less than game data player cards, strings dot push game data dot player cards, player number dot card name. That really looks like it shouldn't be undefined. So why is this undefined? Player cards is well known. Player number might not be known. And card name might not be known. So player cards, oh, because the format's wrong. Because player number gives me the array of cards, right? Okay. Player cards of player number is an array of length that contains numerous members, and I need to access every member of that array. That'll do it. All right. So let's try again. Multiple iterations. This gets closer to success. SSS load, SSS join. Did that not work? Oh, it did work. I'm just waiting for my turn now. Okay, let's go next. Next. Not interested. I wish it would tell me what I drafted. I'm going to change drafted from the deck to drafted card name from the deck. Also, it needs to immediately update the player display. Let's fix that now, because that's going to drive me nuts every time. So if you pass, drafted, plus what? It spliced a random card and it doesn't even save it. That's not cool. So I'm not going to know. Draft card equal this bad boy. Draft card equal this. Drafted draft card name from deck. Okay. And what else? Game data.player cards, game data.currentplayer.push draft card. Why is this wrong? It's not. This is what I was looking for. Draft card equals game data.deck.splice one off. Boom. And then you push it in. And and GameGrid.inner.html, next player, push to database. We never update the player displays, so of course it doesn't show you. So refresh player display, refresh player cards list refresh, right? Yeah. I should just make a refresh all method that literally does all these at once, since I generally call them in groups. And relevant, so don't do it there. What about if you take the stack? Same thing. So if you take a stack, it refreshes the player cards view, but that's actually called something different. That's, wait, what? Did I mess something up? Damn it. Refresh player cards view is one, and player display refresh is the other. Refresh player cards view, player display refresh. Player display refresh. No need to change the cards view there. Refresh player cards view. Player display refresh, player cards view, player display refresh. And just for shits and giggles, refresh player cards view here too, just in case it's managed to change. Refresh player display doesn't need to refresh the cards view, just in case the joiner has no cards and it breaks the game. Same here. Okay. Hey. And thank you. Easier to chat here than try to straddle. Okay, so, oh wow. And it looks like Twitch is trying to block me, but that's go figure. Okay, where are we at? We literally were just doing something and I lost my train of thought completely. I think we had fixed the conversion to text and I was still testing that. So, wow, ADD coding, man. Star host. Refresh. We're on index, right? Right? Okay. Star join. Okay, we're joined. Nothing happens. That's good. Did I not host? I'm so confused. Refresh everything, guys. Just refresh everything. Try again. Okay. Star. We're going to do a 33 card game. Host. Perfect. Join. We're going to do a third. It doesn't matter. You just join. And I think I'm short an R. Nope, I'm correct. Okay. So it doesn't give me any indication that it's my turn when I'm joining or not my turn. So how can I fix that? Join game button, join game, join game. Init game, join game, refresh player display, didn't do nothing. Why did this not do anything? So it totally says game successfully joined. And then it put definitions on all of these. And then it refreshed the player display. So when it attempts to refresh the player display, it goes down to here, because it feels very jarring to not actually see anything when you join in. You grab the div player display and you set it to equal to current player plus one's turn. So it really should be saying that right here. Refresh player display is not defined, however. Is it called player display refresh? Okay. shit I've made in my whole life. Whatever. Okay, so that's fine. That's fine. Let's go to the next deck, please. Let's take a scavenge. Thank you. Go to the next stack. Go to the next stack. We'll actually just drafted London Library. I actually like that much better. And it updates London Library and tells me that it's the other player's turn. That's perfect. Player one, oh, Fueno, Time Bomb, and Office Supplies? Yeah, we can take that. That stack is better now. Okay, good. And player two's turn, very good. Player two, go to the next stack, please. Next stack. Augustina and Mad Dash. Oh, I love Mad Dash. Augustina's decent. We'll draft that. Okay, so now Mad Dash, Augustina, London, export, open, perfect, Gintechie.net format, and working just fine. So, perfect. So, let's review. Lists now work. Exporting to text files works, though you probably couldn't see it, but I promise you it just did. What else? Back and forthing works just fine. Limiting the total deck size to 30 or 90 or whatever you're interested in is fine. We've improved the view so that you can actually see the cards, numbers that are left, as well as the total left in the deck. We really should make this disappear after the start of a game. Actually, I really like that idea. If I delete this entire node, what do I lose? You never need to click these buttons again. You don't actually get to look at the cards left in the cube. This gets to come up, and yeah, I kind of like that. Anyway, next stack. Career Fair, Compile, Earthrise, very much worth snagging. Okay. Muertos, Aeneas, Inject. I like Inject. I don't care for either of these. Oh, Aeneas is not bad, especially against like horizontal decks, maybe. I don't know. I think we draft it. DDoS, Snapcap. Aesop's, Snapic. Soccer. You know, we don't have a single program, so sure. Being able to break barriers is generally a good thing. This cannot raise above 0 strength without stealth. I don't have any stealth, so it's not worth it yet. But maybe it is worth it in the future, but not now. So next stack, please. Whew. Okay, Hyperdrive is odd. Makes life easier when I can do both. Okay. Next stack. Oh, Hi-Fi is garbage. No, I wish we had taken this, but that's fine. We'll take a rando. We got Sai from the deck. That's good for player 2. All right, back to player 1. Embezzle and nope, not interested. Proco and Hyperdriver. Oh, seriously, just giving me the best stuff. Yeah, we take those. All right, so at this point, our 33 card draft is going very smoothly. Let's actually just try to barrel through to the end now, just to see what happens when, because we know it's going to crash. I'm just curious how it's going to crash at the end. Draft this stack. Draft this stack. So we've made decent size decks here, and if we were to try to export this to TXT, it exports beautifully. That's not a problem anymore. Are you guys seeing that when I export to TXT? Yeah, no, YouTube is really nice to be able to stream to. There's a lot of, and also, honestly, just for keeping content, YouTube is much more focused on keeping your stuff long term. I don't feel that way about Twitch. I feel like unless you specifically are clipping stuff, you lose it fast. Light the fire. What the hell is light the fire? Suffer 1 core, runner. Okay, I need to get rid of this. It's not helpful. Suffer 1 core, run a remote. During that run, cards at the root of the attack server lose all abilities and run a successful trash. Yeah, no. Next deck, please. Yeah, draw is good. Drafted stack. Find Breaker and have a gun are both nice. I have Hyperdriver, Soccer, so I have 2 Breakers if I take the stack, and that's definitely nice. Who needs Lamb when you've got? Do I have any events? Indirect 1, 2, 3, 4-ish targets. Nah. Yeah, we take those. We definitely take those. It's such a low power game. Oh, we just crashed. We crashed because Winston stack is undefined. Winston stack is undefined because we drew a card, put a card back in the Winston stack, but we have an empty deck, so no card went in. Because no card went in, we crashed. Now this game is called Star, so let's take a closer look at the Star game. In the Fire database, Star shows a Winston stack of 0, 1, and 2. 0 has at least 1 member, 1 has at least 1 member, but 2 has a member too? Yeah, they all have members, so that shouldn't be the crash source. Unless deck is not empty. Deck is down to 1 card. So where are we getting an undefined from? (17 and 13, 30 cards have been drafted. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, let's think about this. No, let's not think about this. Let's refresh that one and test if after it crashes, you can still keep what you've gotten so far. So if you get to the end, you can say, okay, play with what you got. There are some cards left on the table, so be it. So that's the worst case setup. Let's go ahead and do 10 cards. Game name, 10 cards. Actually, this is going to be interesting. I already have a game in my database called 10 cards. I'm very curious what happens when you have interfering data, so let's find out. If I host 10 cards, and I join 10 cards, it should straight up just overwrite it, and that shouldn't be a problem. But okay, that worked. We draft. We're going to limit ourselves to only using Winston stack 1 here. We draft 7. 6 cards left in the deck. 5 cards left in the deck. 4. So much clicking. 3. 2. 1 card left in the deck. Once we draft this card, the deck should say 0, but it should still be okay. The deck reads 1. Probably because the display isn't updated at this time. But I'm a little confused anyway. Let's take a look at some expressions and see why it's saying that. There should be a way to enter an expression in the debugger here somehow. Oh, I can just do this. Okay, so I'm looking at the deck array of 1. Deck has 1 card left in it, the Fisk Investment Seminar. So somehow the last card from the deck was spliced off of the deck, but instead of being removed when it was spliced, leaving us empty, it was kept in the deck as well as put on the stack. So if I draft this, no, I just miscounted because now it's saying 0, so we're okay. No, it's double counted it? Could there have been 2 Fisk investment seminars? That's possible, but rather unlikely. Oh, there's only one, so there's definitely a glitch here. But let's go ahead and draft this stack as well. Now it tries to pull the last card off the deck, fails, and throws an invalid error. Okay. So the only other place I've run into this problem was with the player cards stack. When you push a player cards array that is empty on all members to the Firebase, it fails to register it there since it can't accept data structure. Then when you pull it back, it overwrites the local stuff, which was initialized as empty. So instead, I just started all player cards arrays as 0, not a full card object, but an actual 0, and put in code to detect 0 wherever it would happen. So there are 3 places that I can think of where cards leave the deck. If we handle all 3 cases, and we did try to handle this, and that was the time where we were editing the non-index. Cards leave the deck when you go next, next, next. They pop off here, so that's one spot. Cards also leave the deck every time you hit next, because technically it's drawing and replacing. And in any situation where that happens, I can simply check to make sure the deck is empty. If the deck is empty, do thing. If not, don't do thing. I'm open to playing a game at this point, but I do feel like this is not an unsolvable problem. I think, yeah, no, it's definitely important. The problem is I'm not saving the value of the. Actually, I think I am saving those num nodes now. It's definitely doable. I would only have to figure out what. It's just that I can only do one thing at a time. Let's solve the problem of the empty stack first, because right now you can't actually draft all 33 cards reliably, or 90, or 100, or however many you choose. So that's my first priority. Once that's set, we're good. In order to keep an accurate view of the deck, let's go with game data. Let's keep game data.deck.length. And let's keep Winston stack dot. Actually, I don't care about that one. Let's focus on game data.deck.length for now. Let's make sure that that goes to 0 without issue when it goes to 0. So you put stuff in, and this is going to take pseudocode to figure out. This is now export correctly. Player numbers update more frequently. Cards left in stack and deck are more visible. I can't remember what other hacks I've been putting together, but that's good enough for now. Okay, planning. How can we solve the null deck? 1. Check deck size before replacing Winston piles, and do not replace if empty. If player clicks past to draw from deck and deck is empty, turn skipped. It's just a penalty, I don't care that much. Okay, that's the first step. Second, when Winston pile is empty, add a card, not a card. No, would that work? I mean, it'd be easy enough to check for. I could, in theory, give not a card. No, because then not a card.jpg is going to return a broken link whenever you check for its image. Yeah, it's significantly not helpful. So what's going to happen is it's going to say Winston card at 0@0.jpg, and it's not going to be there. Okay. Go to anywhere that we iterate through Winston piles. If the add checks for emptiness, and if empty, recall next Winston pile method to skip it. That seems promising. That seems promising because functionally that's what you're doing in real life. Now when the Winston piles hit 0 because you drafted cards, you checked the deck was empty so nothing got added, so it's empty. The empty check detection will come up next time the player is passed load the Winston pile. Since it's empty, instead of loading that Winston pile, it'll call the method to go to the next one, which will also be checked. And since that's empty, it will load the next one, which will also be checked. And then you'll go to draw from the deck, which you can't, so your turn will be skipped. And boom, it'll be done. You'll be ready, your draft will be done. I think there's something to that. And that way I don't have to worry about null objects. Oh, but I do, because deck size, because stupid Firebase isn't going to allow a null object. Okay, so don't check for emptiness. Add checks for val equals 0. So make a null card. So yeah, so for fake card, all right, I think this could help. I think this could do the trick. It's just a matter of timing. We're definitely getting there. Definitely getting there. After this, it'll be playable, and anybody who's interested in playing is welcome to join me. Init game, get cards, full card pull, full datum, join game, that's fine. Player display refresh, draw grid, this is fine. This might not be fine. This presumes that because I'm not actually looking at images here. I'm just making blank cards, so that'll be fine. Okay, we're gonna run into problems when we start actually going through the stacks, and that happens here. So start a turn. Player display, refresh player's card display. Game data.current player. If it's not your turn, should it? Yep, that's fine. Draw a grid. Okay. That's fine. Stack is 0. That's fine. current card equals. So this is the first place where we have to check. I want to define a function called checkStack, which when called on an array, I'm going to type it by hand a couple times and figure out what exactly the code is. If game data dot Winston stack of the current stack dot length equals 0, if there is no card in this stack, the first stack, break. Just break. What will this do? We won't flip the card face up. You won't see what it is. And that's all. The player will have to realize it's an empty stack. The 0 below will help. And then you click next stack. I don't have to force it to go to the next stack automatically. Shit, that makes too much sense. Okay, good. Yeah, that's intuitive. Okay, good. Okay. If game data.current player not equal player number, yeah, if it's not returned, then buck off. This is the prior image. This could be tricky because there is no prior image change. Let old image equal document.get element by ID card image plus current stack. Make it. Okay, good. So it changes from nothing to nothing. That's fine. Draw an extra random card and place it. This is the first place we're going to have real problems. So here we're taking a deck out of the card out of the deck. So the deck could be empty, and if that happens, this can't happen. So we're just declaring a card index right now. Card index is 0. That's fine. Okay. Then we're going to let hold card equal this. Okay. Let game data.Winston stack of current stack.push pulls card. So will this crash the game? It's a simple question. I think the answer is yes. Because you're attempting to pull something out that doesn't exist. So why not go even more mercurial? Right. Yeah, okay. If game data.deck length is equal to 0, it's less than or equal to 0 somehow. Break. No. If it's not equal to 0, do this. Yes, now we're talking. If there are more cards in the deck, please put another one on top. If there are no more cards in the deck, then leave that Winston stack behind. Do nothing. Here's the problem. Game data.deck.length is never going to be equal to 0. Because what's going to happen is it's going to go to the cloud. It's going to disappear in the cloud. It's going to come back as a boo honky. So let's do this. I'm going to change it so that the moment the deck is out of cards, I rename the deck a single integer 0. Not a card object, just dud. And I catch it every time so that there's no error. So if the game data.deck has been turned into a single integer 0, then don't do anything. So if it's not 0, then you can do this. Cur stack, cur card equals game data. Winston stack, cur stack, don't like my. Oh, slow down. Okay, so if you've clicked next stack, flip the old image, fine. Give us a new random card on top, or don't, fine. Oh, but we're referring to deck.length here. Yeah, so this needs to come a little higher. And we should change 0 to something that's understandable, like dead deck. Seems weird to declare that as a constant, but I'm not going to understand what this magic number 0 is all about otherwise when I really get going. Deck array length equals 0 cannot be passed through Firebase. Therefore, replace it with zero to represent that the full deck was okay. And now I have to somehow make that work. That's fine. Bonus, every time I search for dead deck array, it's going to take me to where I left off. Stack. So if the stack is incrementing, current card is equal to Winston stack of current stack. Wait. Is it? What if the new stack is empty? We began this by saying, if this was empty, break, right? So increment this, and then if the current Winston stack is empty, break. I mean, what else is going to happen? You're going to say go to the next stack. We're going to find the image, flip the image of what's in it, pull the top card out. Yeah. But we don't need to do any of that if it's empty. And if you try to, if on the other hand, you're on the last stack, you're never going to get to this. It's actually a more elegant solution. What it's going to mean is you can't click next when there are no cards left. No. It's a problem. Yeah, okay. So we need to do it in both places. Because it's possible to have 0, 3, 0 hit next on 3 because you want to draw a card from the... No, the deck can never... whatever, I don't care. Let's just do extra coding so that I don't have to worry about future problems. If game data dot... What the fuck? Cur stack less than 3... Game data dot cur stack... Come on now. Come on. Just a little more intelligence. That's all this is going to take. Just a little more intellect. Right. So we were going to say if the Winston stacks are empty, right? I do that again? I have code for this. This was it. If there's no card in the next stack, then flip over no cards. But we've still incremented current stack at this point, which was the point. Otherwise, if there's no cards and you're trying to go to the next one, this is a condition in which we are attempting to draft from the deck. So we need to make sure we don't break anything. If game data player cards game data cur player 0 equals 0. Oh, interesting. This is the 0 holder that I use to keep the player cards alive before the game starts. Yeah, that's gonna have to stay. Random index of game data. Oh, this is where we need our dead array. If game data.deck not equal to dead deck array, then do fun stuff. Draft a card. Oh, that can go here. It occurs to me that the time to check for a dead deck array is now. Yeah, I haven't checked for a dead deck array, so I need to do that here. If game data.deck.length equals 0, equals 0, game data.deck equals dead deck array. Anytime you draw a card from the deck, you need to check to make sure that you've zeroed the deck or not. This is the next time that we've drawn a card from the deck, so curse stock equals 0 when not done. Curse deck is 0 when you're done. Look game grid. Do. Draft card won't be initialized here if this hasn't happened. So we need another if game data.deck not equal to. Wait. How would we even reach this code? We shouldn't even be attempting to draft if we've gotten this far. Right? We got rid of the 0 holder. We checked to see if the deck was empty. You hit next and next and next and reached a dead deck. Well, it's going to crash the game for sure. Yeah, I'm willing to just wrap this in a game data deck for now. There's a more elegant solution, but I don't actually care enough to find it. My brain is too frazzled for that kind of stuff. Okay, there we go. We should have. So now, as long as you never take a stack, in theory, this is okay. Also, see next card in stack might need some work, but let's find out. Can I have a 5-card stack for baby stack? Host. Okay. Can I have a 5-card stack for baby stack? Join. Doesn't matter how many you asked for. Let's uncaught type error cannot read properties of undefined reading card ID undefined. Well, that's really bad. I have errors apparently now. Start a turn, line 701. What did I do wrong? Just tell me what I did wrong. Image.source equals topcard.id. Top card equals game data.winston stack cur card. So somehow the first Winston stack didn't return anything. I can't imagine why. It is in fact showing up as being empty. What are we looking at here? We've got a Winston stack with objects, objects, and objects. We've got a deck with 3 cards left in it. Okay, so that really should be fine. So why are we getting undefined errors on 701, 730, 701, and 730? Image and end image are not being defined, which means this is not working, which means curse stock is not being updated correctly at some point. Did I rename it or something? No. Okay, it can't be something simple. It's consistently this, it's giving me trouble. Let's try this again. Let's try it again. Okay, so it's not about the size. It's clearly something that's gone wrong in the way I'm doing things. At start a turn, 701. Cannot read the properties of card ID at start a turn at 701. Okay, so I'm using the wrong thing to call that probably. Top card.card ID is the correct thing. Top card is game data.Winston stack. Curse stack cur card. Curse stack is 0. Cur card is -1. That's your problem. No, cur card is equal to game data.Winston stack cur stack.length -1. So cur card should be equal to 0 because there should be at least 1 card in the stack, and that should be what we're reading. So where are we going wrong here? What is cur card? Oh my god, can we undo that, whatever I just did? Go back to the console. What is cur card? Cur card is still -1. Okay. What is Winston? Is game data.Winston stack dot of cur stack equal to 0. There are no elements in that stack. Why? How is it possible to have no elements in the first Winston stack? Oh, let's go to the initialization and see what happened. Raw and extra random card, place it on prior Winston stack. Game data.deck not equal to. Molto bene, it's going to happen in the initialization, isn't it? Let's take a look there. Because we haven't actually drafted yet, it just started wrong. Get the game, let string of cards, game data to deck await get cards, let a equals 0, a less than Winston stack dot length, a equals a plus 1. Alright, so loop through all of my Winston stacks, that should be 3. Let random card index equal blah. Okay, we're taking the floor, so that should be fine. So any card in data is, sorry, in deck is valid. Okay. Game data.Winston stack a dot length equals 0. Okay, so there's no cards. Game data.Winston stack a dot push. Game data.place random card index comma 1 of 0. So now there should be 1 element. Let's go further. Let's go let card to start equal this. Separate this out a little bit. Start and console.log card to start. So we're expecting 3 log messages, 1, 2, 3, 1 for each Winston stack with the card that's about to get pushed onto said Winston stack. Let's make sure that much is working right. Test post. Okay. We got 1, 2, 3 pushes. Shrike, Beth, and Corroder. all got pushed. Okay, now take a look at game data. Stack looks like, what the hell is this called? Keyword ID program. Is there no title or name card name? Corroder and Shrike got pushed. Corroder and Shrike got pushed. Beth got pushed, presumably, and then overwritten with a 0. I know what happened. I know exactly what happened. I have an equal sign somewhere that a triple equal sign belongs, and it got assigned a 0 along the way. That is the best explanation I'm going to come up with anytime soon. Let's take a look for where that happened. This is going to take forever. Let's look for Winston specifically. There's only so many Winston stacks I can possibly find. If game data.winston, there it is. If the game data of the Winston stack.length is equal to 0, assigns it a value of 0 instead of tests for a value of 0. You sack of crap. And since I copy pasted this line instead of making a function like a normal human being, oh look, it's the same freaking logic error everywhere. Okay, we done? Done? Okay, good. Glad I know how to find bugs. I mean, that book could have taken me a day to find if I hadn't known what to look for. But the moment I saw that the cards were coming through in the beginning and disappearing at the end on a 90 card deck, I was suspicious. And my suspicion paid off. All right. I've long since forgotten what the upgrade was supposed to be for it, but let's do a Batman draft where we misspell Batman and draft Batman, shall we? Hosting Batman. Good. All right. Oh, you forgot to join Batman, so I guess you're going to have to start all over because I still haven't figured this out yet. Player 2's turn, huh? Well, then how come you're not letting him take a turn? Oh, right, because the refresh display doesn't trigger. Wait, whoa. Did I just double host? I turned myself into player 1. That's interesting. Yeah, okay. There's definitely ways to break this thing. And now, of course, player 1's locked out because they've been overwritten. Yeah, never do that, guys. If you try to break this, you will succeed, okay? It's not robust. It's just functional. Fragile, I believe, is the word. Let's do a 10 cards fragile draft. And can you join Fragile, please? Host. Oh, right. I didn't mean join. I meant host. Okay. And this is Fragile. Join. Also Fragile. You should do nothing. All right, 10 cards left in the deck, 9 cards left in the deck, 8 cards left in the deck, 7 cards left in the deck. 2, 4, 6, 12. The hell? Why is it saying 6? That's so weird. I would draft this stack. That went from 6 to 5, so that's correct. 4, 3, that's correct. 2, 1 card left. And we have a problem here. Oh no, it should be fine. We should be able to draft this. It's saying 3, but that's just not true. Draft card is not defined. So we failed to draft a card somehow in 753. So why is there a draft card not defined? If game data.deck not equal to dead deck array. I'm not sure why it got to there. We did draft Light the Fire, so it's not like the draft didn't work. And between these two players, they've drafted pretty well. So let's say I draft this stack and there's nothing to replace it with. Something very weird is happening. Okay. The deck is dead. We know it's dead. And if you're dumb enough to keep passing, the deck can be happily dead without breaking anything. Good. And without throwing any errors. If, on the other hand, now you decide to draft this, it is allowing us to get into the place that we're not supposed to get to. So let's take a look at 768 and see why it got there. Oh, right, another place. Okay, we found the problem. When you take a stack, we never actually got around to coding the protections. We only coded the protections for walking through the stack, not for drafting from the stack. So let's try this again without drafting anything. 5-card deck, quick host, okay, and quick join, okay. 1/1/1 with 5 cards in the deck. That shouldn't be 5. It really shouldn't be 5. Data.deck. It really should be much less. Why is it saying 5? In what possible universe is the correct answer 5? And the 5 are run, chip, location, stealth. That's not names. Indexing, jailbreaking. Can I actually see the card names? Dyson, chip, Trickster Taka. It's exactly +3. I bet you what's happening is that I trimmed the deck to the right size after I fill the Winston stacks. Whoa, people. I should be, but I'm really not. I've done it before, but I don't tend to know where to put them for it to matter. And I tend to be hitting dead ends and then inspecting variables to see why things have gone wrong. I'm quite new at this. Like, I will admit, this is not. I haven't ever used a browser debugger until less than 4 days ago. Yeah, I have a theory. I have a theory that it's filling the Winston stacks and then parsing the deck down to 5 instead of parsing the deck down to 5 and then filling the Winston stacks. If my theory is correct, it would explain why we're off by 3 every time. But let's for now test what we came here to test. So 4 cards left in deck. Oh, not 4, because one of them got dealt, one of them got dealt, one of them got dealt. Next. 3-2-2. 3-2-2. No problem. And we're getting reference errors for what? Reading 0. Shouldn't be doing any reading of 0. Why are you reading 0? In 737, and in 711, we're getting issues. Okay, so 737. Why is player cards nulled? I guess we never actually drafted a card, so this never had the chance to trigger. Refresh. I need to catch it in the act so I see it actually happen. We can actually test that easily. Let's just try 9 cards this time. Excellent question. It's using the API to pull from Netrunner DB. It pulls all 2,300-ish cards, give or take, and then it compares their names against the names of the cards you put in that box. So I just copy-pasted this list of names from a cube that already exists, but what's expected is for a user to put whatever cards they want to draft from in that box. All right, so let's go 10 cards, host or start a game, bun, hosting bun, 10 and 1 and 1 and 1. That's very suspicious. And can we join the bun? Okay, not your turn. Okay. Next card. Next card. Next card should be a forced draft. Instead of a forced draft, it's an error. So there's a failure in my forced draft code now. So that's what needs to be fixed immediately. Let's find my forced draft code. You're out of stacks, time to auto draft. If game data.player cards, game data.cur player of 0 is equal to 0, which it was in this case, game data.player cards, game data.cur player.length equals 0. That should be fine. That should work without issue. Is that where the error was being thrown or somewhere else? 753. Nope, not here. Okay, good. If game data.deck is dead, it's not. Do all this fun stuff down to here. Oh, yes, of course. So I'm saying drafted here, but I'm scoping it in this if, which I just added, so it falls out of scope. That's not going to work. That's not going to work at all. So let's upgrade the scope of draft card significantly. And now we won't have a problem. Whew. Can you explain? I'm sorry, this is going to sound really dumb, but what is the... Oh, whoa, hang on a second. First things first. So, there is an async wait function for loading the Netrunner DB database, but that's all processed in the first few seconds, and nothing continues until no images are drawn, no buttons are active, until that's resolved. Then all the init game stuff happens. So there's never a situation where I'm waiting for Netrunner DB before I can play, except I guess for the images, but that's not going to cause data issues. So this has not been an issue. I don't understand async very well, but I know it exists and it's a pain. But this, though, I'm confused by the difference between var, let, and const. I understand conceptually that it has to do with scope, but my brain was trained on Java, so for me, where you declare the variable is its scope, and it doesn't matter what you declare it as. I've been more or less using constants for things that are actual constants and not likely to ever change, but var, let, and const, I'm not sure. I want them to expire usually, so I do the way that they are, but yeah, I'm not sure what they mean exactly. So we just upgraded this to here, and I think that's all we need. While we're here, let's solve the Winston stack bug. If game data.winston stack.cur stack.length, what is this, starting a turn? No. We need the initialization. We need where we first hosted the game. The game host sets up the decks, right? Init game. String of cards, input box, game data.deck, await the cards, loop through the Winston stacks, load them one by one, and I will be right back. Sorry, one moment. That's the problem with getting paged. You get paged. All right, card to start is boop, game.push, boop. So we're pushing 3 cards to start. And then down here, we check the deck size and cull the deck. It's exactly what we thought. This needs to happen before we draw 3, and we just have to trust players not to be dumb enough to enter 1 or 2 or 3 cards as the total deck size. At that point, you deserve to crash. If you're trying to crash this, you're going to succeed. So don't try to crash it. Alright, so that should solve that. Unless I know how to grow Ravika's shenanigans. Gotcha. That makes sense. By the way, credit where it's due. Thank you guys for. I had no idea there were so many programmers in the Netrunner community. It shouldn't shock me, obviously, but I had no idea there were so many people with some background in it, some idortal hobbyism, etc. I'm not a programmer by any stretch. I don't consider myself a programmer, but I did have a CS degree way back when, and I have made very little use of it, but it's there. SSS. Now, if I recall, we still haven't tried to fix the draft button. We've only you just hosted a 90 card game. Try that again. Please host a 12 card game. Host. Please join a 12 card game. Okay, perfect. 1, 2, 3 with 9s to spare. With 8 to spare, 7 to spare, take 1, 6 to spare. Got a Lamprey. 2, 2, 2, and 5. Am I just dumb? 2, 4, 6, 11, and the one I took is 12. So that's actually correct. Okay. Next. Drafted an imp. I see your imp. Drafted a lamprey. I see your lamprey. Go to next. And now is where we expect bugs, because we just ran out of cards to replace Jack Sinclair with. We should have drafted a dud there, and we did. It did not draft, and it did not tell us that we failed. It sent an undefined, and the correct number of cards are in the stack. Did we do it, boys? We did it, boys. Yes! Yes! Oh my god, I can't believe that worked. I can't believe that worked. Oh my god, we're so close to being ready to use this stupid thing. And there's another page. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and start looking at the code. If you can ask Ixaron, he'll do a better job pointing and explaining than I will. It was his idea for me to make this. Okay, so sorry about that. I am back-ish. and dealing with way too much crap, which is the problem. 6 hours should be sufficient. Teleorders in yes, please. 2. Accent voice. Please. Sorry about that. That's what happens when I have to deal with pages stuff. Okay, let's quickly get on with the finishing of the last step, and then in its broken condition, we will continue to debug it by live fire. So we've fixed the next stack all the way to the end. Now we do the take stack, and then we should be golden. If game data.card player not equal to a number, if it's not your turn, fuck off. If game data.player cards, game data.card player 0 equals 0, get rid of the 0 holder. Yeah, that's fine. This is a good safety. Now we start doing things. Take stack adds the current stack to the current player stack. Okay, so this is where we're running into trouble. We have no problem doing this first part. We absolutely want to take Winston's stack if it's available. But if it's not available, and then we want to set its length to 0, that's fine. Actually, I don't know. Will this break the Firebase storage? Need to assess. Let rand card index equal, and this is where we're going to get into trouble. We replace one card. So here we just need to check for dead deck. If game data.deck not equal to dead deck array, then do all this fun stuff. All right, be right back. Sorry, getting paged. All right, sorry about that. Boys back. Recommend using the browser breakpoints to see what's going on at line 769. Okay, you know what? Just for the sake of my learning, let's see how that works. I mean, I know what's supposed to be going on at that line, but so if I were to go to elements, no, it would have to be debugger. There should be a debugger here. I'm used to Firefox. Why am I not used to coding in this thing? Add a breakpoint? No. Breakpoint, breakpoint, breakpoint. Breakpoint! Breakpoint! What the hell am I doing? It's under source. Thank you. Okay, sources. Ah, there we go. That's familiar. All right, we're gonna set a breakpoint right about the time that we're pushing the layered array in dot 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 fashion. It's there. Okay, so stop when this happens. So now, if we just draft the stack, it freezes right here. What can I do with that freeze? I actually don't know if that just pulled it where you guys can't see this anymore or not, but that opened it in a separate window that y'all can't see? Yeah, it did. Moving on to a better dockside view. Okay, let me revert because popping it out, I think, broke your ability to see what I'm seeing. Dock it again. Dock it somehow. Okay, I'm just gonna close it and then reopen the inspector. Ah, nope, that didn't work. Toggle device emulation, select an element to inspect. Dock. Dock. Okay. Whoa, that is absolutely unbearably bad. But I'm not trying to test for mobile. Okay, here we go. So, let's flip back over to sources. We're in a break. This is too small to make any use of. So, your advice is hover over stuff to check it's what I expect. What stuff are we talking about? The value of variables, the different elements. Game data.player cards. Oh, would it actually tell me the value of that? Where is it going to tell me that? Oh, here. Okay. No, that's just the... I mean, it's not. We know that there's data in that. Unless this is pushed from the other player. Gotcha. All right. This is something I need to mess with, but it's not something I'm going to mess with right now because I actually want to hit a playability point. Before too long. Let's see. Take stack, if gameplay, game data.player. Okay, so here, game data is being pushed. Player cards we're pushing the Winston stack into that. That's fine. Stack.length equals 0. We're zeroing the length. That's fine. If game deck is equal to a dead array, then don't do anything. Otherwise, take a random card out of it and splice it, and then we test to see if we need to assign it to dead again. If game data.deck length is equal to 0 is equal to 0 then game data.deck equals dead deck array. Per stack equals 0 either way. Let game grid equal... Well, actually, that's a good question. Yeah, so we take the stack regardless, and then we kill the deck if necessary. Game grid is rewritten, and we move on, and we push, and we're fine. Now, what happens if a Winston stack is at 0? In theory, in theory, we've already assessed that when we were checking our code before. In practice, I don't know, but I think at this stage, we're probably safe to test and see what happens. So let's completely close out. Let's also zero the database just in case. How did I do this last time? Import JSON, purge JSON, purge. All right, we are null, we are cleared. This is as basic as it gets. Preview in a new window. Come on, show me the money. Oh God, I have to get rid of this. It says ANR grid drafter on my Winston drafter. That's a faux pas. Big deal. 30 cards because I actually wanted to get to the end. Listing big deal. Big deal. I should make it case insensitive. Join. Okay. Player 1. Not interested, not interested, not interested. You get a shiv. But it didn't refresh that you got a shiv. So we're going to need to check the refresh code when you go out. Okay. There are 2 cards in every stack. Good, good. We'll take that stack. Actually, what else is in this? Telework Crescentus? Perfect. Yeah, we definitely take those. Okay. Pass back. NGA, Hyperdriver, Pawnweave. We definitely take those. So we have NGA, Hyperdriver, Pawnweave, and the shift from before. And by Pawnweave, I mean Panweave. I'm just talking funny. Ooh! A security nexus. Can't do this to me, game. I want that. It's like a bad endurance. Flip switch on the lamb, hippo. Yeah, we take those. Okay, what's next? Crowdfunding and security nexus. So run a lot for money and get free Desperado. And yeah, take this. Take it every day of the week and twice on, what day is it today? Okay, so we're back here. No thank you, no thank you. Oh, should have taken the Amakwa. Yeah, I'm not even going to begin to try to make an undo button for this. This code is spaghetti and duct tape as it is. So we got our Yusuf off that, and Yusuf is definitely worth having, so that's fine. This already feels like I'm playing a game. Sakisha Bankar is really good too. So this is not a player who doesn't have endurance, right? The ability to get through any ice once is very, very important. So we draft that. Draft that ass up. Armitage is money. We have very little of it. Wait, where's the end? I thought we took Sonny's console with this player. Did something go wrong? Are we not? Did we lose all of our cards at some point? I need to check what is going on with the cards here. I think something very bad has happened. There should be 8 members in the cards array. Okay, good. So there's 6 here, 8 here. I could have sworn that we had a console in this list that got drafted and has disappeared. At some point, a player array is overwriting instead of adding to. I think. I'm pretty sure. Either that or we didn't get the cards we thought we were getting. Go to the next stack. Marjana and Amakwa. Okay. So if we take Marjana and Amakwa, this is where our breakpoint was. How do I... whoa. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, so before this happens, can we step through it? Yeah, we can. Okay, interesting. I want to know what's going to happen here. I'm going to set another breakpoint right after this. And actually, is there a resume script execution? No, this is perfect. Just step over function, please. Step over function. Step over function. Okay, now show me the money. We were at, why are we at 8 and 8 now? Okay, it did work. We got Amakwa, we got Marjana, and we got them in the correct order. This is powerful. This is super powerful. This is like all the console.log statements at once. No wonder people like that. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you for explaining that. Oh, and here you go. There you go. I'm going to have to assume that I just am remembering it wrong because everything is working correctly. And 8 plus 8 plus 9 plus 2 plus 2, the number of cards is correct. So, yeah, I don't think that the Sunny glitched. I think my brain glitched. We have an NGA, a Shiv, and a Hyperdriver. I wouldn't mind a Tremolo. We'll take that. We take those. Peddler, Cookbook, Armitage. Yeah, that's too much gas. We take that for sure. Draft that. Okay, so we're getting close to the end where we need to be very cautious that everything is working correctly. This 5 is wrong, I think. Let's figure out for sure. I want to inspect the actual state of the game data.deck. There are, in fact, 5 members left. They are the following. Citadel, Symmetric, Cyber Cipher, Mimic, Magnum Opus. So we're not interested in Utopia Shard. We take this, we should be down to 3 elements left. And we are down to 3 elements left. But shouldn't it be less than 3? Oh, Security Nexus is a hardware. I'm looking at it down here. Thank you, guys. Jesus, I was driving myself insane. If I go next stack, next stack, next stack, this should, in theory, run the deck out, right? Because I want it open on both windows, so I don't have to flip back and forth. Winston stack is down to, the deck is down to an array of 3 cards. Why 3? Because we skipped the first, put 1 card, used the second, took that card. So this is correct. If I draft this stack, we'll be down to 1, 1, 1 with 2 cards left in the deck. I need to clear this breakpoint right now. That's not what I'm trying to do. But yes, thank you. You may resume. Good. All right, 1, 1, 1 with 2 cards left in the deck. So we're going to go next, 2 cards left. Next, 2 cards left. Deck is empty. Draft on an empty deck. Passed without bugs. Failed because of bug. Cannot read properties of undefined.length. Yep, that sounds like a me problem. Where is this being called from? Under draw grid at start a turn. So check line 699, and that will be where you find your problem. Not there then. Why are we drawing a grid? Actually, drawing a grid shouldn't be a problem, so please tell me why that's a problem. Drawing a grid requires a deck. It does. It shouldn't require a deck. It requires Winston grids, and now we have an empty Winston grid because we put 0 cards into it. Game data.Winston stack of I. Should it be 0 or should it not exist? What does the existing structure of a Winston stack look like now? That is what I need to know. Where was I when I was doing console commands? Game data.Winston stack. that's the problem. When the Winston stack went down to 0 size, which was appropriate, it passed it to the database. The database doesn't know how to handle an empty Winston stack, so it removed it. Then the game pushed back from the database. This Fire database should not have a problem accepting empty arrays, but it really does. That makes a lot of problem for my code. I can fix this though. The same way that I've been declaring a dead deck, I can probably declare a dead Winston stack. Probably. The first two were fine, the third one is dead. So how many places are Winston stacks being referenced here? Just the one. So I would only have to put cautionary code here. And when is a Winston stack being emptied? Only when you take from it. So let's go draft a deck, and let's confirm that at the same time that we declare the deck dead, we also declare the Winston stack dead. Now, this could be a problem. I don't know how many places I will have to put the cautionary code that Winston stacks may or may not be present. Thus far, I've acted as though they're always good. And technically speaking, any place that a Winston stack is referenced could be wrong. All right, hang on a second. I'm seeing some backseat debugging that could be very helpful to me. Okay, that's not it. Open your DevTools sec. Don't empty an array with 0. Wait, I don't know what this means. Can you explain that for me? What is this game called? Big Deal? Let's take a look. Yeah, see, there's supposed to be 3 Winston stacks here. Stack 0 wanted 2. We drafted 2, and instead of pushing an empty stack back, a stack with 0 cards, it actually just pushed nothing. And then when the database was read back into the game, all right, let's look together, because I think I know the exact spot where the Winston stack gets emptied. So let's go there first. This is the spot where we've drafted. No, this is the skip code. Yeah, let's get rid of this first. Let's not immediately jump to that. This is the take a stack code. We took the stack. When we took the stack, we pushed the whole Winston stack to the player, and then we set the length of the Winston stack to 0 because it's empty now. And I wrote question, will this break Firebase storage? Because I thought it would. So is there a better way to do this? Because I need to remove the elements from it. And I think setting the length to 0 does that. So technically at this stage, there should be an empty array. Unfortunately, when I do that, it just got, and then I push it, it got rid of it. If I set a breakpoint here, we could probably demonstrate that too. The length is a 0, right? No. Winston stack is a 2D array. The first element Winston stack of current stack should be 0, 1, or 2, depending which stack we're using. Okay, so here's how this is playing out. When we have healthy size stacks, this code is working fine. We draw the cards in, we take that particular stack, eliminate all cards from it, and then we fill it back up with the next card in the deck. No harm done. The very first time the deck is empty, this doesn't get called. So now we, at this stage, should have 3 Winston stacks. At this stage, we should have 3 Winston stacks. One of them has nothing in it. Oh my god, if that's true, it's going to be so freaking cool. Okay, so instead of setting it to dot length equals 0, we could do this. And that would work. That would clear the array of cards, but still leave an array object. I don't believe it. But if it works, I swear to God, I'm going to be so happy. It's going to save me so much suffering. Powerless, I owe you one regardless if this works or not, because I haven't had a... You guys want to know who my companion in debugging has been thus far? It's been ChatGPT. And ChatGPT, while very helpful, I mean, I've learned more JavaScript in a week than I ever thought possible by all of the random answers to my dumb questions and code snippets he's given me, is actually a liar. And I've had to debug his shitty code so much, and he's had to debug my shitty code so much, so I say we're even. But yeah, let's try this. I would be very happy to try this. So we're gonna try a short deck. 7 cards is plenty. Bub, host, okay, join, Bub. Nice try, Bub. All right, next stack. So there should be like no cards left, right? Because there were 3 on the table. We dealt 3 on top. We took the last one off there. Perfect. And what did we get, by the way? Oh, right. Gotta work on my player card refresh for the first loop. Okay. We take the second stack. Before we do, let's go ahead and turn the inspector on so that we can... Is there a way to constantly watch something instead of just console element? There should be a way to monitor a variable, right? Yeah, no, we don't deal with those. Add an expression. Watcher value. No, not the right button. Go away. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Game data dot stack. Okay, that's what we want to keep an eye on. Right now it's 2, 2, and 2. Okay, draft the stack, and we recheck it. What is it right now? It's 2, empty, and 2. That's okay. That I can live with. What went wrong over here is that it's undefined. Not empty, but undefined. And if I try to run the code statement, game data dot Winston stacks, it is still 2, empty, and 2, though. That's where we take a look at the Winston stack to draw the card images. This is where we need to figure out exactly how many cards are left in the stack so that we can print that number. But it's trying to call this on an empty array. GameData.emptyArray.length. And that's where it's throwing the error. Right, but why is it undefined and not an array with no elements or something like that? I mean, I can easily for this that we default it to a 0 or something, and then actually that's probably the easiest solution right here. 0 x if game data.Winston stack I dot length. No, but see, I have to call it in order to compare it. I can check if it's undefined. But see, that's the thing. Winston stack of I should be an empty array. It should be an empty array. We just saw that it was an empty array, right? Actually, what happens if you call an empty array then? Stack of 1 is undefined. Okay, but we've got 0. 0 is defined. 2. 2 is defined. 1's undefined. I can check for undefinition and have some default behavior if undefined is the case. That's an option. But why is it undefined? What is it here? It's undefined. Okay, so when we set it to this, it became undefined. Which is okay, I think. So the way to deal with this then would be if game.Winston stack of I is undefined, then for the love of God, don't do what I'm about to say. Instead, let num equal document.create text node of 0 and just act like everything else is normal. Else, why the heck did you do that? Else, I hate this ID. Okay. And the rest of it can just be fun little surprises on the way. That covers the drawing of empty grids, because the only place we care about that there is for the sake of the number. Next, but we don't have to declare a constant for it to be, we can just use that it's undefined, and that's good enough. Let image equal bloop, let top card equal bloop. So we need to make sure the Winston stack that is undefined doesn't break the rest of the game. So when your turn starts and you have a Winston stack, current stack, dot length equals 0, break. This is the code that we think is going to work. But in reality, it won't, because we've just confirmed that if a Winston stack has nothing in it, it doesn't return an array of length 0, it returns an undefined. So we can change this to an undefined. And lose the dot length, because that was what was breaking us in the first place. Okay, so that should handle the start of turn. Now you go to the next stack. Well, let's not worry about that yet, because we don't draw cards when we do that. Oh, we do, don't we? We chest for them. If game data, blah, 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 blah. The only place it matters is here. Draw an extra random card and place it on a prior Winston stack. Let random index equal math. And game data.Winston stack of per stack not equal to undefined. So if we're not out of cards, and a 700 line array being set to 0. Let's confirm. This is not an array, no. Curse stack is a indicator for whether we're on Winston stack 0, 1, or 2. So it's an index that gets us through the 2D array. And the first time a turn starts, it's set to 0. Then every time you hit next, it increments. Here, move on to the next stack. So, all right, that's wrapped. And if this code works here, let me wrap this whole thing in braces just so I know exactly what I'm trying to evaluate. And we can upgrade more places that need this. So if this game data.winston stack of curse stack is undefined, because that's what it would look like if it was empty, do nothing. Per card equals game break. Yes. Otherwise, let draft card. Game data.player cards. Get rid of the 0 holder. If game data.deck is not, this is our if statement that we are looking to fix up wherever we. Oh my god! I can just do that and see where it is. Oh my god! I don't have to inchworm my way through all my code. I probably should inchworm, but I could Velociraptor. Car stock, let game grid, if game data.deck not equal to deck array, why would that happen? Oh, yeah, that's fine. I don't need to check the Winston stacks in this situation. Why am I checking the Winston stack here? We auto-drafted the top of the array. Oh, no. There is no Winston stack reference here because you're not taking anything from a Winston stack. This is for when you next your way through the whole deck. This should be left alone. This is actually correct as is. Good. Next. Take stack, adds the current stack to the current player's card array. That's fine. That's a good push. Then we nullify the array. That's fine. Then we replace one. That's dangerous. First, we need to make absolutely sure that there are cards to replace it with. That's easy. Then, so if there are no cards to replace it with, nothing happens. And if there are cards to replace it with, then this shouldn't be an issue. We shouldn't be calling this when there are 0 cards. So this whole function should really be relatively safe. From the top, I am not confident. Let's do 6 cards, please. Hosting, I am not confident. Joining, I am not confident. We already have errors. That's not very promising. That's scope issue. The scope issue is the problem. Where is num being defined? Yeah, num is being defined within an if statement, so it's not going to actually work. So let num and let num. Okay, that should fix that bug. That was easy to squash. It's going to be a smooth sailing from here on out. Yeah, right. Can we go ahead and dock this somewhere out of my way? I'm sorry to those of you who are more experienced than me. This has to be very frustrating to watch, but I assure you, it is as frustrating for me to live. Mug 6 cards, too few. 8 cards. Host and mug join. Okay. Mug 1, 1, 1, and 5. Didn't we say 6 cards? No, we said 8. We said 8. I just didn't remember. We draft those. Okay. And 4 and 1, 1. We take a step and we draft that. Okay. And we draft that. Okay. How many cards are left? 1 in every stack. Well, that's convenient. We draft that. And did we make a mistake? No, we took the last card out of the deck. We're okay. Take a step. That didn't break. We draft Lamb. And it broke. Oh no, it didn't break. It passed. 101! 101. Oh my god. Oh my god, 101. Okay. Moment of truth, guys. No errors. Flips the card. Draft. Oh my god, we did it. Holy mother, we did it. We did it. Oh yeah, we definitely draft that because there's no cards left in any other stack. And oh boy, interesting. There shouldn't have been any cards left. Well, do we both get that? How did that work? We got 3 cards here, 5 cards here. That's the full thing. Lamb and Berserker. And Berserker is not gone. So do we draft that and send it back? Did we both get Berserker? That's a very strange glitch that we both get the last card. But if that's the only thing that went wrong, 9 cards. Yep, that's odd. But if that's the only thing that went wrong, we did it. We did it. Hi boys, it is in a shaky condition. It is not ideal, but one way or another, by hook or by crook, we did it. We got to the end. I could spend some time trying to dig down why the last stack didn't empty, and I think I should. So let's quickly peek at the take a stack and see if we can figure out any obvious reason why it wouldn't have worked. If all of this is true and the deck is dead, we're not replacing. Are we zeroing? We're zeroing Kerstock, regardless if the deck is dead or not. All these braces are correctly positioned, right? We're not like losing something. Player cards, game data.currentplayer.push, the contents of the current stack. Current stack is equal to null. This is presumably where things are going wrong, if we were able to get something twice. Or it didn't pass correctly to Firebase or something. And I don't care. If it's a one-off problem, that is future Ahmed problems. Because right now... Okay. I will be back in just a moment. I need to take a quick bio. And what time is it? We have time for a quickie draft. And I am very excited to try this tool. Not so much to play as to make sure it's broken in the right way. So I need somebody who's willing to deal with the breakingness to try it. But I say if it's working well enough to get through a draft of 90 cards, we do it. But we'd have to do Corp and Runner, and oh my god, yeah. Quickly reviewing this. Please address this. Okay, I'm covered there. Sorry, I'm manning the pager at the same time as I'm coding, and I've had only multiple interruptions, but the right number, not an insane number. All right, that is settled. That is settled. Okay, yeah. So to all of you who have stuck around and watched this, I'm hoping you found it at least marginally entertaining. Lord knows I found it fun, or I wouldn't have done it. I'm down for a game, if for no other reason than to test to make sure it's going to work across wherever you are and I am. Let's delete this and delete the logo pick. There is zoom on click of images code that needs to be removed because this game is different. Exception was thrown by callback. Cannot read properties of undefined card ID in 707. 707 image.source nerd image path top card.card ID. That's at start of turn because top card shouldn't exist because curse stock shouldn't be getting called. What if that's the problem? Guys, I think this is the problem. What if the reason Berserker was able to be taken twice is that when the turn starts, it tries to show the image, and I never tested if it's an empty Winston stack you're starting on? That could be the problem, actually. Where are we? 705? I think that's the problem. I think we just solved it. This is how Berserker was able to be drafted twice, because we made that pile empty, but we didn't avoid an empty pile. If gamed data.winston stack curse stock equal to undefined, break. So no, we are trying to protect us from this situation. Never mind, I was so hopeful for a second. But that means curse stock is defined. Dot length -1. Cur card might not be. Cur card is -1 over here. Cur card is curse stock dot length -1. So if the length is exactly 0, how can it be 0? Console.log, you somehow managed to get curse stock equal to 0 but length without it being undefined. It must be some kind of wizard. Plus game data. Wait, there's no if statement there. That's just gonna print every time. No, forget it. All right, okay. All right. Yeah, it looks like there's no takers on actually doing a draft, alas. Yeah, I know. The plus would have been broken. I would have to put on another line, and there's no if statement wrapping around them. Do you want to? I'm down. Well, I'm down as long as we don't take too long drafting, because I don't have forever. Sweet. Let's do this. Let's close out of all of the debuggery fuggeries. I promise I won't use these tools to cheat unless obviously I'm doing it to debug. Netrunner DB. I don't have a particular cube list that I would prefer to use or not. Perfect. So we would literally just be so this is going to be speed Winstoning. That's going to be nutty. Clearly today was less about actually playing and more about just making some magics. But okay, what is it called? We need to find a cube. StimHack 2023, January 23, the cube. That's fine. Gentechie.net format. Winston. All right, I am going to host a 90 card Winston, and I will call it test run. Capital test, capital run. Hosting. Alrighty. Just let me know when you have joined, and then let's see how this goes. Type the game name test run, capital T, capital R test run, and then hit join. The website is ANR-Winston draft.glitch.me. Type the game name, test run, and hit join. It should pop up and tell you if you successfully joined. And if not, then we have a whole new problem to debug, and I am not sorting out cross-communication between countries anytime soon. So that's definitely future problems. Anyway, just let me know. All right, let's make the magic. So, nope. Maybe. Yeah, I think. Oh yeah, perfect. Okay, it's to you. And here, in an ideal world, you don't need to stream back and forth. You just need to make sure that the joining is working correctly. But in practice, oh my god, it came back to me! It came back to me, it came back to me! Alright, so it looks like you drafted the second stack. And now I can check the contents of the first stack. Oh, evidence collection is not allowed to be in this thing. I'm totally stacking that. I don't get to use illegal agendas very often. Yeah, evidence collection is just illegal. It's a 3-2 with an upside. Well, I think I know what I'm trying to do. It's interesting because I keep wanting to not draft and to pass to the next so that I can see all the cards available. And then the card options are too tempting to say no to. Okay, sweet. One I can actually pass. Yeah, you took the 4-card stack, which makes a lot of sense. I mean, my deck is shaping up at this point to be some various... do I just go... Okay, this is fun. I really, really, really love this stress here. I want to go to the next stack and take it, and I want to not take it, and I can't do both. No, the evidence collection is legit because I copy-pasted that into here. So it did the right thing by finding that and giving it to me. I got no beef. That's not my fault. That's not my game's fault. That's whoever decided to make that legal. Yeah, I think I just take this one. It's to you. Yeah, but the downside needs to be not -1 point for the runner. that's global food initiative good, man. Alright, well. Oh my god. You serious? So the game is basically begging me to go all sensei and no. We go one more. We need more cards. Well, not those cards. Okay, I guess those cards. This is really cool. This is a completely different kind of cool than grid draft. Grid drafting is like playing chess. Every move and counter move, you know what your opponent is doing, and you know what you can do, and you have to win or lose, right? But this feels like oh, I didn't know that. I actually never got to play Terminal Directive, so I don't actually know those cards at all. Okay. Whoa. Oh my god, yes. Oh my god, yes. We probably should have drafted runner first, but what can you do? Okay, so I just want to say this before everything breaks, and I feel bad, but Powerless Cube and I are totally going back and forth drafting this shit, and with no coordination, and it's working. It's actually working. I'm clicking through, I'm seeing what's available, I'm deciding I like it, I'm taking it, or not taking it. We're each picking our own stacks. I do not like this card display. I need to improve it somehow, but it's workable. It's fine. It's fine. You know what you can do if you don't like the card displays, you can always just do this, pop it out, and then open a Jinteki.net on the side and paste it in. And then you can just look at the cards in the Jinteki.net viewer because I don't know how. Wait, I'm confused. When you say you have no idea what you're drafting, do you mean you have no idea how you're just kind of you're just kind of drawing at random, or do you mean no, you don't play the game and therefore don't know the value of the cards? Because if you did all this debugging with me on a Netrunner Winston draft cube without actually knowing Netrunner, okay, you're doing it at random. Okay, fair enough. I should be doing this at random to move things along quicker. By the way, is it your turn? Because I think it's your turn. Oh, good. Yeah, neither. By the way, same here. I've never ever done this before in any. Oh no. Oh, we might have a problem. No, the problem we have is that I'm all tabbed out and it didn't update display in Twitch. Whew. Galahar, I agree 100%, but the more times I have to communicate between players, the worse for a lot of reasons. Um, I'm willing to think about it, but what could be nice, yeah, with each button press would be nice. I could push the game state each time. The player number locks you out from responding. It just updates the game state. And I could add. Hold on now. No, that wouldn't work. You know where it says player one's turn? I could have player one's turn bar something. But it would have to be something that you can get out of the game data object. And I don't know. I'm not into tags, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're doing a 30 card deck. A fifth of my deck is ice. That's kind of okay. I don't need ice now. I have enough agenda points by a long shot, probably. Money is a problem. I don't think this deck has any of it. So in Netrunner, all decks are considered legal. Sorry, when you draft, you have Infinity Influence and 30 card. And for Winston, my understanding is that you fill up with dud cards if you don't draft enough of them, because it's entirely possible on a 90 card Winston to keep taking one card while your opponent takes pass, take one card, pass, take one card. You get as many copies of Priority Requisition as you like, so you can always fill up on Priority Requisition. Yeah, we just take this. It has money, and that's what I need. Yeah, I've never done Winston drafting. I've done grid drafting. If those of you who are on YouTube can see this, but I actually did a grid draft on my channel just a couple days ago. It was fantastic. I don't like that the entire display is removed when it's not your turn. I know why I did it, but I don't like that I did it. I wonder if there's a way that I can try it. You should take one from the deck, and it will tell you what you drafted. Like if you hate all the cards, that's totally legit. Yep, it passed to me, and 52. Yeah, no. Wait. Does evidence collection about agenda counters? No, it does not. So forget about it. So 3-1 that does nothing and a shitty piece of ice. Next, please. Somebody's going to eventually draft that ridiculously large. Yeah, so I see why you drafted from the deck. I'll take the Fairchild, thank you very much. I like this, but it should say how many cards I have right here. That's doable. I should be taking notes. I should be taking notes. Devlog. From play test. 1. First pick, first player does not refresh the card list for some reason. 2. What was it? Need a count of my cards next to the title for player cards list. 3. Can we keep the blank card view between turns? Okay. Victor and Mumbad and Genetic. Oh, holy cow. How do you not take that stack? It's got a little bit of everything. See, and right now, if I saw that I was at 30 cards, I would be thinking really different. No, it's actually strictly not allowed, and that's the challenge. Every time you're passing a stack, you are potentially taking Desperado off the top of the deck and giving it to your opponent without knowing it, in addition to everything you left behind, also that you can see a shitty piece of ice. It's entirely possible. Okay, now we're talking. Now this deck is taking form. It's got all the fast advanced tools. It has Biotic Labor, it has Trick of Light, it has an advanceable ice, it has 3/2s. It doesn't have money. So money is my top priority to draft right now. But I can always click for credits a few times if things get rough. And yeah, like I was saying before, but didn't finish my thought, cube grid drafting feels like the ultimate strategic test. That's chess. That's I see your every move, and I can counter or not counter it, as the case may be. If I make any mistakes, those are my mistakes. By way of comparison, this feels less like chess and more like poker. Plenty of strategy, but less perfect information. Okay, I want that. Can I get that? No, bro, you don't have any money. You have like negative money. Oh wait, this is not your deck. You don't have any money. You have like negative money. I literally have one card that says get credits in my entire deck. I can't possibly. This is just going to be a dead ice the entire game for me. This one's affordable. At least. It's worth considering in a low income game. Yeah, no, none of those, please. Well, at least I can FA that. Okay, those of you watching, please feel free to pipe up. I think one of the most important things that isn't here right now that needs to be is, can the instructions be blanked once the draft starts? I mean, I know the answer is yes to these questions, but yeah, we need to see that. Oh my god, yes, cheap ice and cheap agendas. Yeah, okay, so we take that. So we're clearly all in on the score 6 quick plan. See this right here? This is exactly why I wasn't eager to say link to a Netrunner DB deck and load it. Telling the player just copy paste the stuff that you want. Yeah, it is the Stim Hack Cube. Copy paste the stuff that you want into here and use that. It's way better. Oh no, I meant to hit next stack. Oh well, too late. Yeah, this is a lot more unforgiving than my grid draft setup where you can like reset to your heart's content, and I'm okay with that. Okay, we need to actually study our ice and make sure it's good. One moment. Ice wall, ping, thimble rig. So we've got 3 gear checks. We've got some mid-range and low-range ice. We got some high-range ice, and we have a third of the deck can be ice. We don't need this then. that goes right with our main strategy. That's kind of our jam. Small agendas all the time. We're going to be clicking for a whole lot of credits. Yeah, I had to leave this. It's so cool to see you say that. Good question. See the little box that says 90 cards on the screen? You select how many cards are going to be in your setup, and that's how many you get. So in this case, we said 90. So out of the 460 card cube, we're going to draft 90, and we're going to make 30 card decks out of it. Because apparently that's the standard for a Winston draft is 90, and I don't know. I am so happy that this is Garden, guys. You have no idea. Like, even if my deck turns out to be absolute garbage, I don't actually care. It's going to be so fun that this was fully Winston drafted interactively. Wait. No. I'm never going to have the money for either of these things, so forget about it. Forget about it. Yeah, there we go. There we go. This deck suddenly has a chance at not being complete dog crap. Yeah, no, it doesn't. It decidedly doesn't. I want to be very clear. That is an easy fix, and I intend to fix it. It's one of those moments where you say, I don't need this to be perfect. I just need it to be feature complete for the moment so I can draft. My solution to that is the person putting in the cards choose the correct ones that matter that you want there. But yeah. Exactly, Ixaran. And usually boosters are designed with some kind of ratio in mind, is my understanding. The thing is, I want to be clear. This is not as shitty as I'm making it sound, okay? Like, I shouldn't give away my whole strategy on the channel, but whatever. I've got some taxing upgrades, some abilities to tag you, some abilities to punish you for being tagged in the middle of a run. I've got 2 Trick of Light, Deadly Ceremony, going for fast advance, audacity, and biotic labor. So all the 3/2s all the time, please. I have evidence collection. I've got TGTBT, breaking news. So I've got plenty of fast advance capability. The only thing I'm missing, I've got cheap ice and mid ice with a couple senses. The only thing I'm really missing is money. And I think that's why I lose this game is money, but we'll take a random card. Okay, that's not going to help with the money much, but it does in fact exist. Oh, don't say was. I'm not done with grid drafting. So how this all came about is our good friend here said something made a comment on the stream vid of I would have loved a Winston draft, and I'm like, huh. You know, I coded the entire grid cube to be local only. And at the very end, I learned about Firebase and thought how I could use Firebase to make it interactive. I don't feel like rewriting all of that from scratch, but having an excuse to go through and do it again, yeah, that's kind of cool. So this gave me the excuse to go through and start over / not start. Oh no, wrong button. Oh my god, right button. Okay, we have a game, guys. We have a game. The game is find capital investors and don't lose the game, or don't find capital investors and lose the game. Wait a second. What does that mean? That sounds cool. Okay, hang on, I understand that. Oh, the grid draft. Use transparent overlay for some cards so we can see. Oh, instead of setting their image to gone, Yeah. I don't know how to do that, but I'm assuming it's doable. And that is so much better. There's no reason to deny your opponent that vision. I don't want any of this. So why am I trying to take it? Because otherwise I'm taking that's left here. Oh wait, we did it. We drafted the whole thing. Okay. Well, I'm going to take the giant stack so you have less options. And you should take the last stack, and I should get back 0, 0, 0 undefined, so I'm going to export to txt. Wait, did you not draft the stack? Go ahead, take that last card, it's yours. The feature isn't actually hard to code. Actually, my original code for the grid draft does exactly that. Take a link and turn it into a card pool. All right, well, I'm going to take this card then. Shoot. Actually, wait, are we glitching? Did you draft the middle stack? Ah, did you get a, what was it? It was an ice, right? A cheap ice? Not Neural Katana, what was it called? Engram Flush. Was it Engram Flush? Okay, now that we've both drafted, tell me, when I passed it back to you without drafting it, did you draft it both times or did you draft it only once? This bad boy. So you sent me a 010 Engram Flush. Yeah, same. But what I'm saying is, at first we had a 010, or I sent you a 010 because it was 410 for me. I sent it to you as a 010. You sent it back to me as a 010. Did you draft that one, or did you just pass through the whole thing? Because this might help me root out why the bug is there. By the way, export your list because you just have your deck is ready. Got it. And then I sent it back to you, and you sent it back to me, and then I drafted and it was gone. So the very last card, for some reason, it looks like when you draft it, it isn't removed from the data set. So when the deck is dead, it doesn't correctly zero the Winston stack for both of us. It takes each of us one at a time to do it. All right, I am going to put myself on a cube draft corp. Edit, paste, paste, 53 cards drafted. Legality is casual. ID should be the draft ID, which I believe is called something or the other. The mask, maybe, or not Ampere. There's another one. Does anybody know what the draft ID is? I should remember this, but I don't. No, wait, maybe. No, that's not it. Syndicate, thank you. Syndicate or Shadow? Synthetic Systems, the Shadow. Where the hell is it? The Syndicate. The Syndicate. Yeah, oh yeah, this is the new one. That's right. Okay, perfect. So in theory, we can go ahead and shrink this down from 27 agenda points to 23, which I intend to do shortly. Bacterial is good if stolen. HRI, Vacheron. Self-protective beats financial. Probably playing to less points. It's a 30 card 30 card deck with 18 agenda points. All right. At this point, here's what I would say. Because I don't have enough time to do a full draft, which I don't, I'm going to offer you a choice. If you'd like, we can throw together a game where you use your drafted corp and I use... No, here's what we'll do. I'm going to send you the cube draft that I did. This is what I cube drafted previously. And you use that against the corp draft that I just did now. What do you think? You down? Sweet. How do I send it to you? That's the question. Can I just paste it into Twitch? Would it explode? It might explode. I don't know. Exploding Twitch is probably not the best thing to do to something. And again, I've exploded worse things before. How do I do this? Hey! It didn't explode, but it only sent on YouTube. It looks like the Twitch chat didn't work. Yeah, I'm on Discord. That might be easiest. Hang on, let me tab over to my Discord and I'll you're in the GLC, I assume, yeah? Powerless cube. He, him. He, him, who be... Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't even think to ask your pronouns or anything like that when we started. Looks like I luck-sacked into the right ones, but yeah. There. If you are who I think you are, I just sent you a message with what I drafted in the cube draft. Do me a favor, though, and don't run it as Leela, because, I mean, I don't mind you winning, I just don't want you to stomp me utterly, you know. Don't worry, I saw code, wanted help debug. Sir, you did help, significantly. Even just, it isn't just the debugging either, it's the, it isn't just the debugging either, it's just A, the company, and B, teaching. I didn't know what the point of breakpoints was. I thought it was just to interrupt execution so that you could stop and look at stuff. I didn't realize that, no, it tries to dynamically show you stuff to look at. All right, I'm going to give myself 6 minutes to finish building this deck. Feel free to not look at it on stream, or look at it on stream, and go from there. I need to shave off how many agenda points? You said 16 I need, so I need to lose 8. Well, that shouldn't be hard. The agendas least likely to be useful to me are this, because the game is not going to be fast. We're playing to 6 points, so GFI would actually be really nasty for certain scoring patterns, but I have too many one-pointers to take good advantage of it. All right, I need to lose 2 more agendas. We should lose 1-pointers if possible. A blank 3-1 can definitely go bye-bye. I got a message somewhere. Sorry, one moment, guys. I gotta see what just happened. Room pass, thank you. And I just realized you guys can't see any of my deck building, can you? Because I pulled it into another tab entirely by coincidence. Well, that's fantastic. That actually totally works for me. Okay. And I need to cut 1 more point to go down to 16. I don't think I have enough means of tagging to care, but I just might. So that's okay. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Yeah, I'm never purging viruses in this deck, so I can go. 15, 16, it's accounted for. Okay, now I need to cut 18 more cards. Well, let's start with cards that I will 100% never be happy to have. Not that one. I will like that one. Maybe, but probably not. Never. Yes, yes. Maybe. Definitely. Never. Oh, okay, that's convenient. Where were we? Maybe. Maybe. Never. We need mid-range and low-range stuff. Not really a fan. How many cards do we need to cut now? We need to cut 15 more cards. I promise I'm putting stuff on a tight timer for this. This is gonna... I want to play more than I want to fix this. There's 9 ops. That CSM can move back. That's fine. We've got tech and cap. That's how you win the game. You're not sacking a 1-pointer because you would lose if you did. You don't want to res that, but you will if you have to. You don't want to res that, and you don't have to. That's fine. That's much better. That's the one big ice in your whole deck. That's cheap and good. That's expensive and bad. It's cheap and good. Cheap and good. That is expensive and bad. That is expensive and good. That's the 2 big ice. I don't think this is ever really going to fire. I know this is never going to fire. I guess I'm going to go to L. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, we're down to 40 cards. How low do I need to get this thing? 30? Jesus. I think if that's the truth, then I'm just going to put back the Global Food Initiative that I threw out and put a 2-pointer instead. Does anybody know what my deck? It's 40 cards is 18 points, right? What is 17? What is 17 points by you? What card size do I need for 17 cards? No. I've given you a valid. I drafted that out of a cube, so it's also a draft. It's also a draft, so you should be fine just to run it as is, if you're so inclined. I tell you to tweak it down if you're so inclined, but that was drafted far better than this was because it wasn't purely random. It was grid drafted. 36. I need to lose 5 cards. I can do this. I can do this. But we're going to start by things that are very expensive on a deck that has nothing but clicking for credits to make money. Then we are going to ditch this, trim this down a little bit more. 15 ice is way too much. Way too much. Way too much. Gear check or otherwise is still too much. 1, 2 good stoppers is all you really need here. That you really want to actually find some of these ice specifically, so yeah. Schwad doesn't really hit and doesn't do much when it does. That's not good enough, not impactful enough. Keegan Lane is such a, if you find this and this and this, then it goes off, so forget him. And there's so many non-bows in this deck, it's embarrassing. Okay, we hit 36 with 18 agenda points, maximum 17. So we cut 1 more card and we're legal. 35 cards, 17 agenda points. Oh, we can actually go lower? Damn. Oh, whatever. We're good. I want to play before I go, so let's do this, and then I'll call it the night. Okay. Powerless Cube. Let me dart over to there, and let me put this in the window I'm actually sharing so everybody can see it. Okay. Give me just a moment so I can get us into the stream that I have cut out. Boop, boop. And oh my god, I left it sitting on that card this whole time. Okay. Howdy. Good to see ya. Casual illegal. Casual illegal. I love it. Alright. Will it let us fire with an illegal deck? I mean, it should, but I don't know. I'll find out. Good. I'm I'm glad it lets us fire illegally. Oh, I'm aware of that. I'm just out of time. I gave myself a 6-minute time limit to build this because I knew it was bad. I'm gonna get on with the game so I can get done and go home. Ooh! I'm not gonna lie to you. There are 2 cards in my deck that I desperately wanted in my opening hand, and I got all 3 of them. So I'm very happy with this opener. These bad boys right here make the day. Good. I believe you. Worries. I believe you. And I'm indifferent to it because fun factor. Remember, this was a crapshoot / proof of concept test. Listen, the fact that we got to the point that we drafted, built decks, exported, imported, and are playing means everything else is just secondary. We have already won. I've already won. I don't care if I lose the game at this stage. Let's go with, we don't know where we're going to get attacked. And we do need to watch out for when we get attacked. So we're going to go... we're going to go boop, boop, and... oh my god, it's so loud, but it's so wonderful. It feels so good, guys. You have no idea how great this feels. It's like you built something and then it worked. You built it to last. Okay. Let's go install new remote and just click for a bunch of credits. The problem is I already know that I failed to draft money, so I need to just do what I can with the money I got. Okay. Yeah, we definitely res those. So fire away, and we win our traces for sure. And it's 25% to lose the game. Yeah, yes, it is. 25% we lose the game, 75% we're okay. So let's find out what happens. Oh wait, 0 credits. Yay, 0 credits. Oh my god, we lose the game, but 0 credits. I have 1 money card, and it's the only hope I have of ever making any cash in the entire game. Okay, but now you have 7 credits. That's a lot more money than 0. Oh, but you removed the tag, of course. Alright, so we go server 1. Click for money, click for money. We have money! I have money! So much money! I am flush with surplus cash, it's grand! So much money! Money, honey! I have money. More than to pull out of quicksand. Ah, damn it. Rhyme failed right there. Okay, so we now see... breakers. Breakers ruin everything. Why can't you just run with your fit? I'm just kidding. Ooh, stim hack. Got discarded. Good to know. Okay. Yeah, I think let's do this. I know it's slow, but click for 2 credits 3 times, 3 clicks, 6 credits is kind of my equivalent of gaining 3 clicks in this deck because I don't get money much faster. And I'm not kidding when I say open with the nuts. I opened with this so that I could install it and this so that I could... ooh. Eater. Oh no, not Siphon. Not Siphon. Siphon would make me sad. Let's go. Draw. Install that. And that. I want it to cost you at least 5 credits to siphon me. Oh, no harm done, man. By all means. Wait, you're in Scotland? Dang! I love finding out how international the netrunner community is. So I've just been working with somebody from across the pond to help me debug code. Life is beautiful. Hacktivist. Smacktivist, hacktivist. Remember, we're playing to 6 points because draft rules, right? Well, no, but I made a... Yeah. Oh my god. Such a good deck. We definitely res these. Mandatory draw. Wait, shouldn't this trigger? When your turn begins, you may add 1 operation. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and give myself the trigger, even if technically I don't deserve it. Because I absolutely res this before my turn started and before I drew a card. Probably have to click on it or something to activate it. Let's go money, and double Ice HQ. So now this costs 1, 2, 3, 4, raise to strength. 2. Pop up, 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 pop up. It's probably a May, right? Yeah, it's a May, so you probably have to click it to activate it. That's fine. This is going to be a good day for me. Oh, not my Sensi Actors Union. They'll never forgive me, that union. Okay, so he's zeroed up. That's fine. Okay, my turn. So we add 1 operation from archives. We definitely pick that one. And we start our turn. Oh, did you end your turn? Levy gone. Gotcha. That makes sense. Oh my god, I think we got it. What's the play? It's install, trick, treat. No, that doesn't work. It doesn't work. Yeah, I think we have to take this one slow. So we go 1, go Daddy, and we go Tag Storm. Whew, okay. I'm not going to lie to you. I thought this deck would not have any legs at all, but it's actually not just Garbo. It's bad, but it's not just Garbo. And guess what? Guess what we're recurring? Sometimes I'm a bad man. Click for 2 credits, click for 2 credits, click to install. Yeah, I need to undo a click here. No, I don't. I'm fine. We click for 2 more credits. Turn. And we lose... No. I have to lose a card. What was this one? Alright, good. Makes sense. You are no longer poor. We add an operation and start the turn. And we trick of light. No. That's a bad call. We don't trick of light here. Let's keep our click and our credit. Wait, where'd the trick of light go? Damn it. Undo dash click, please. Undo. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Perfect. We don't trick of light here, we just do this. New remote. Double advance and score. And now we end the turn. Yeah. Okay, it's to you. I didn't even realize you had a fan site. It's my fault. My voice totally changes when I start getting super serious. Okay. That's interesting. Are you just gonna get... Yeah, he's just gonna get hit by this. That makes sense. Well, I definitely res. It's the last click run, so definitely res. Oh, he's not breaking? You got the breaker. I guess it's 4 credits. Oh, he can't afford to go low because he... Yeah, that's right. Well, we're definitely gonna get our operation back again and again. All right, we gotta do it. Trick of light. It's covering my ability to choose 2. Try that again and actually let it work this time, please. Trick of light. Choose an install card you can advance. This is one of them. Choose another install card. How many do you want to move? It's not letting me move them. Am I doing this wrong? Alright, that's fine. Match counter 4. I mean, it should be allowed. There's 1 install card you can advance. Move up to 2 advancement counters from 1 other card. Oh, I'm doing it backwards! I was supposed to pick the target first. Okay, that explains a lot. Whew. Okay, so that's 2. We advance it, and we audacity. Score. Okay, and there we go. We took a huge risk there, but it was well worth it. Our risk is losing our entire board state here, but it did get us to points. Our other risk, of course, is ugh. But what can you do? Technically speaking, all we need now is Biotic and a 3 advanced 2-pointer, and we can close this out. Yeah, that was bound to happen. Oh, Scrubber! Oh, dang, so we just hosed. He can Aaron Marin for 4 cards, instant draw, no clicks needed. That's so powerful. No wonder they banned that card. Alrighty, well, Clone is gone. I think we take 2 credits. Draw. Draw. All right, 6 points. We are right there. We just need to get a little bit more money and a little bit lucky. Yeah, Galahar, that's right. I completely read that backwards. As you can see, I'm not much of an techie guy. Oh, no! And right when he knows I can't do anything about it. Nice. Because I threw away all my cards. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It costs you more than it costs me. It's okay. It's okay. I'll live. Unless he lets it fire, in which case I won't live. Oh, no. If he lets it fire, I tag the heck out of him. So, yeah, this is a lose-lose. 3 credits is not much. You should pay it if you don't want to get tagged. It's fine. Oh, no, but you have Aaron Marin. Tags don't mean anything to you. Down to 6 credits. It's okay. Diversion of funds. God, I'm poor. Plays this. This. Yeah, we let it through. Definitely let it through. That card has made us 12-ish credits extra for the 12 times we clicked it. But the Moombad Tour, revenge in our way. Definitely. In fact, may as well use all of them, right? Unless you're worried about tags this game. And save one. As a matter of fact, yes. I made this account name back in Metroid Fusion era, I want to say, and it's stuck ever since. Yeah, we fire those. Huh. That's just ridiculous. All right, it's all you. Oh, whew. Last. Well, the poker gods favored me too heavily today. The perfect opening hand, that followed by good luck on every roll. All right, go boop, boop, boop. Next we go boom, doop, doop, boop. We're credit perfect. Yeah, oh my god, it would happen. It would be the thing to happen right now. And I guess I should have seen it coming. It's no one's fault but my own for not predicting it. But okay. Okay, no harm done. No harm done. This is what the game's about. Fire and forget. Definitely lands the tag, but tags don't matter when you have 3 Aaron Marin counters, 2 siphons and a partridge in a pear tree. Well, maybe the partridge is a problem. I don't know, but the rest of it's certainly a problem. Keep out. right, so I can do that. I can do that. So I'm actually okay now either way. Ish. Unless I get siphoned. No, I'm pretty sure that deck has 2 diversions, no siphons. That's right, Galahar. That's exactly right. I got that. This is the deck from my cube draft. The only difference is, obviously, we didn't run it with an identity. No. Okay, and this is going to be game closer. With a cheaty-faced evidence collection 4. But there was a Nisei make 2 in S1. So I could do even if you got the IJ in the end. There is also a 3-pointer in the trash because I had the audacity to make that play. Thank you for your... Oh, wait, right. Thank you. Thank you for your help. Thank you for the game. We finished exactly on time, which is great. Oh my god, I cannot believe we actually did a stream of coding. I've never streamed coding in my life. Would never have thought to do it. It's so bizarre. And thank you for you guys who actually showed up and hung around for it. You're real troopers. This clearly is not an excellent, well debugged, strong and robust tool. But it works. It works for both sides. All you have to do is put the cards in that you want it to work with. Obviously, stability improvements are high on the list, but one thing that I plan to put is a use random button, and that random button would be responsible for using ratios to choose icebreakers, assets, whatever needs to be, out of the totality of Netrunner cards. Oh, something like that. That's the website. Feel free to spread the word. I recommend trying it too if you think it looks like fun. I know it was fun for me. Thank you guys so much for hanging, for watching, and I will see you guys next time.